Schmidt, please travel to, what is the name again, Niederwolpershofen right away. I have no idea where exactly that is. Somewhere in the middle of nowhere, I guess. Transport and accommodation have been arranged for you already. You will stay in at the pub, which is near the church somewhere. In these villages, in the end, everything is close to the church. Find the church, you'll find the rest as well. Anyway, Mr. Griesbacher, the mayor there, is informed. Your task in the village is merely to complete your colleagues' reports. So to be clear, you collect information on the living conditions, wishes and complaints of the village people. Meaning you basically walk around, asking people about their living situation, write it down and report it. I would advise you not to show your face in the city before you found out every detail about the people in that place. And I don't want to hear a single complaint, Schmidt. Signed, Holler.
Yes, Schwammerl. You're probably not from around here. I pick mushrooms. Are you new here? Ah, I see. Home. Oh, it's no better there. I'd rather stay outside. Here you can always discover things that you can't explain. Just now, for example, I saw a bird pull out a worm from the ground at Sebastian's farm. And do you know what I thought? I was wondering why it has now hit this particular worm. Who decides that? I wonder if I will ever get a good answer to that. Somehow, I am also afraid of it. But right now I'm not looking for an answer. Now I'm looking for tasty mushrooms, like the ones my mother used to make. Would you also like to collect some mushrooms for me? There are people here who say that they have secret powers. The mushrooms, not the people. I think 10 mushrooms are a good start. Oh, and listen. If you see my father, please don't tell him that I'm here. I don't want to get slapped again.
Who could that be? For Christ's sake, do you think that's him?
I don't think so. No robber looks like that.
How do you know all of a sudden? Have you ever seen him before, that guy Pascolini? Does he come to your place to play cards or what? Better once too careful than once too reckless.
Nah, I prefer dice to cards. I always have my dice with me.
Stop it with your stupid dice. You're always nagging me about it. Do you want to get on his nerves too?
I would always roll the dice with anyone. Would you like to play a round? Don't be shy. Come on, let's play a round. In principle, it's quite simple. You just have to roll a higher value than the difficulty. But just go ahead and try it. I will explain everything else in the game. There you go! But if you have a lower score, you can compensate. Just use the appropriate skill. If you run out of skill points, then you have, well, lost.
Enough of this nonsense. We are on duty here. What do you want here anyway?
No, we can't do that now. No one gets in or out of here. Not even you. This is an order from Mayor Griesbacher.
Are hearing problems common in the city? We can't let you in. Come back another time. There's nothing we can do about it now.
Bertel, he says he's not a robber at all.
You be quiet now. What kind of normal person creeps around in the forest like that? We don't know anything about him. He just comes strolling along. Neither of us know him, and that's why he won't get in. And we don't play dice anymore either.
Just a thought, but what if he's really from the government?
Even if, I don't bloody care.
With a very strong diversionary maneuver, and then sneak past. Oh yes, the Pascolinis. That gang puts brown stains in the pants of some in this town. You know what I mean. I also remember that I recently found a piece of paper with Pascolini on it. It's still here somewhere. I'm sure there's some information on it that we can use. But I'm not sure where it is anymore. Please take a look around, but look very carefully. Do you understand? Very carefully. The last time I saw it, I was standing over there by the barrel. That's all I remember. Stand over there. Maybe you'll be lucky and find it. If you find it, please bring it to me. As a small thank you, I will give you free pretzels. They're delicious and will certainly help with the search. It should be here somewhere. Pay attention to colors and noises. We are on the... Can you hear that? It must be here. Pay attention to colors and noises. Pay attention to colors and noises. That was nothing. It just cost you concentration. We are on the wrong way. We are on the... There was something. That was nothing. It just cost you concentration. Pay attention to colors and noises. That was nothing. It just cost you concentration. There was something. There was something. Perfect. I have an idea right away. I could pretend to the guards that the Pascolinis want to ambush them. Then they'll probably run away and you can sneak into the village without being seen. But you'll have to bring me a few things. I think I can manage with a few sticks. 4 sticks would be good. That's not so easy. I need nice sticks. They have to withstand something, not windy twigs. I'm sure you will find some good wood at the mill. Of course, you have to be careful that the guards don't catch you. There's a way in over there. I also have a key for the gate. The miller must have left it in the door, so I took it. Down by the water, a path leads along, where many bushes grow with beautiful blossoms. It's a great place to hide. There are guys wandering around everywhere. One of them is a real tough dog. He'll knock you back into town with one fell swoop. I'm curious to see how you'll do. Or if.
Ernstl, I think that the Pascolini gang is really hiding in the forest.
You think they moved from Dachauer Moos all the way to Wolpertshofen? But there's nothing to get here, is there?
Well, you know those shady bandits. They'll cut your throat for a penny. Donizel told me that Pascolini once cut off a man's head with a can simply because he was standing in his way. Doesn't matter. I still don't want to get caught by Pascolini.
Yes, you are right. There are better things than getting a beating from some crooks.
Let me see what you got. Great! Real splendid Schwammerl. And do you know what the best thing is? Schwammerl are so... I don't know. When I eat Schwammerl, I always feel better right away. Why don't you try it later? And what you should also try is the mushroom ragu from Kati in the Inn. It's delicious, I tell you. You will be amazed. Yes, great! Then we can tinker. I'll show you how I would do it. I have drawn a plan for you. You'd better put it in your pocket right away. First I'll explain it to you and then you can look at it. Let me know when you have understood the plan. In the meantime, I'm nibbling my Schwammerl. Wonderful. What you need now is a workplace. I'm sure the barrel behind me will do. Why don't you try to make a doll there? But not a tiny little puppet. A proper Pascolini. Give me the doll when it's ready. Lord in heavens, I almost thought that you had slain a Pascolini while tinkering and dragged him along. We wait until the sun goes down, then we start. In the meantime, I'll clean some mushrooms. The time has come. Pay attention. I will explain our plan again. You run to the guards and convince them that Pascolini and his gang are preparing a raid and will be right here. When the two guards get really scared, I come out of the bushes with the doll. Our secret word is Mama. When I hear that, I come out. It's sure to get those trousers off those two brainiacs, I tell you. Then hopefully they will leave right away and you can go to the bridge and roll the barrel away. And then you can... What do you actually want? Where do you have to go? Ah, Mrs. Gschwendner, not Geschwendner. It's quite simple. You walk through the village on the main road and you will see the inn straight away. There are a few beer benches in front of it and the lights are always on. Just an inn. But be careful, there are also guards running around everywhere in the village. You're welcome. We should be on our way now. It was nice to meet you. And please don't tell my father or the guards that you saw me. Otherwise the Pascolinis are the least of my problems, I can tell you that.
Bertel, did he say Pascolini? Did I hear that right?
Am I crazy? How does he know that? Is he just trying to mess with us? Oh, stop talking bullshit. Maybe he's right. There are only 2 of us, Ernst. Who knows how many Pascolinis there are? What if they really do have weapons? Ay, ay, ay. Ernstl, let's get out of here. I think this is just mad. I don't want to die today.
Where should we go? They are everywhere.
Over there! Down on the right! And then run!
Katy, thanks for the coffee. Otherwise, I would have fallen asleep again. Sleeping under a tree with a murderer running around? I could have been killed in my sleep.
You're the Mr. Townsman, right? The mayor told us you would be visiting. However, tell me, how did you get in here? All right, now get in here before anyone else sees you. This certainly won't please the fellas. You're probably wondering what's going on here. It's not normal, not even here. However, since 2 days, everyone is running around like headless chickens, and it's dangerous in the forest at night, as you may very well know. Yeah, my, how do you look? A bit worn out. Oh, what am I always talking about? You must be dead tired. Come on, I'll show you to your room. It's just up the stairs, second door on the left. You should talk to the mayor first thing in the morning. I'll show you on your card.
Du bist ja mit den Gartengeschichten, bist du ja immer... Ja, muss jetzt schauen. War da beim Bandler, war es beim Sommerlang und habe gesagt, die brauchen ein bisschen besser. Beim Griechen. Dann habe ich gesagt, du, pass mal auf. Ja, die Gießkanne ist kaputt, da brauche ich was Neues, hast du nicht irgendwas Modernes? Ist der besser oder? Du weißt, mit der französischen Gießkanne, da hast du eine ganz andere Wasserausstoß. Ach so? Ja, der Druck ist ein ganz anderer. Da teilt das Wasser viel besser. Die Rosen. Die Franzosen sind jetzt die Stärken im Garten.
Da war noch kein gesehen eigentlich.
Nur über die Pizza.
Oder da?
Because of how things work here with Katy and me, you mean? I'll explain it to you. Katy doesn't like to talk about it. Well, about the whole thing. The inn belonged to her late husband, August. It wasn't a happy marriage, but I don't know much about that either. Sometimes Mother Quentner tells a little something, but she's not really there anymore either. Maybe you've noticed it yourself. In any case, Katy insists on her maiden name again, since August died. Quentner. August's name was Brauner. He took over the business from his parents and continued it with Katy. And I think Katy also likes doing that here. People like her. Her mushrooms are popular in the whole county and she has a certain assertiveness. No, it's all right with Katy and the inn, but... And I certainly won't tell you anything new. When August was no more, Katy had a problem. Working as a single woman and then also in an inn is difficult enough. Running a shop like that by yourself? We don't even need to think about that. Of course, that was not an option. It takes a man to do it. A woman can't. I had just arrived in Wolpertshofen and spent the first few days here in the inn. At the same point, I sat for a while in the evening. Katy and I got to talking, and in the end, we had an agreement. Outwardly, I run the inn. Katy does the rest. I help her where I can, even with her mother. I have a roof over my head, Katy has support and can keep the business. And the people in the village keep quiet. Most of the time it's more important how things look and not how they actually are. Ouch! I shouldn't have said that. Please don't tell Katy. She'll tear my head off. Ouch, pinch. I'll end up in Hell's Kitchen. I'd better get back to work before I blab anymore. It was nice, Mr. Schmidt.
What can I do for you, Mr. Townsman? Just head east, through the small passage between the two courtyards. I also marked it for you on your map. What can I do for you, Mr. Townsman?
Na, ist nicht viel los, gell?
Also bis auf jetzt halt rein.
Howdy! Do I know you? Servus, Valentin. I'm the Schorsch.
Ah, ja, fällig. Ja, das ist ein Werk.
Wo hat denn das überhaupt her mit dem Fluss?
Ich meine, dass das... Ja, und der andere... Aber ich meine, das klingt so sauber.
Und nicht, dass man das machen kann. Also, außer weniger sauber. Aber im Nachhinein muss man was machen können, oder? Weil eigentlich...
Nein, wenn es eine Kur wäre...
You are the gentleman from the city, right? Well, come along, Xoffer Griesbacher. I am the mayor here in town. You are truly sent from heaven. Terrible things are happening here. And at such an inopportune time, just when the village policeman Rupp is away. He usually takes care of such things, you know. Now, of all times, things are going haywire here. Everyone is in a tizzy. Such an atrocity in our beautiful village. Well, it's easy for you to say. In the city, such things may be commonplace. It happens there every now and then. But here, with us, in Wolpertshofen, there has never been such a thing. How should one deal with something like that? Everyone is still shocked, I can tell you. A catastrophe that will go down in the village chronicles. You want to know what exactly happened? Well, I do not know at all where to start. Everything, yes, everything seems to happen at once. Yesterday, late in the evening, it seems like it almost happened again. Bertel and Ernst, the two almost faced their maker. Good that the two are such brave and smart guys. Otherwise it would have been over with them. I'm telling you, evil is out there, creeping around the houses, hatching sinister plans and terrorizing the people here in town. What are you talking about? Of course, everyone here is scared. There's a murderer loose in Wolpertshofen. Just yesterday, we found poor Lenz, dead, beaten to death, haunted by evil. Oh my, what shall I do?
Ah, the mayor. You have come to an inopportune moment. Schurmeier is coming to pick up the body of his son. Let's go outside if you have something to discuss.
No, don't let us disturb you. We'll be right back. Mr. Schmidt, you can see what's going on here. Lenz is dead, the murderer is at large, the policeman is not here, and the teacher is threatening to start a revolution. Of course, Mr. Schmidt, of course. Of all things, there was an argument on Holy Sunday at Kathy's Inn. People like to meet there after the service. You're also staying there, if I'm not mistaken. As I said, we are a decent village here, with righteous people. But young Leubel is always stirring up trouble with his crazy ideas. Any means will do for him. There was another disagreement that evening, and it got a bit heated. I think the gentlemen have had quite a lot of schnapps, if you know what I mean. In any case, our dear Pastor Bayerle and young Leubel were quite at each other's throats. It has become a bit personal, I must say. Actually, Rupp would have then intervened. He's like the village policeman here. And now we need him for once, and he's not here. He's always stood by the priest. Not at all because they have so much to do with each other, but rather they are both men of decency. I'd put my hand in the fire for those two. And young Leubel just wouldn't give up. Then Lenz interfered as well. That's all that was needed. Schorsch didn't want to let it stand like that. Schorsch is actually a nice guy. He also likes to sit at the pub. Last night too, yes. Anyway, it got physical. That's how they are. They always act so intellectual, but in the end, they talk with their fists. It wasn't a fight or anything like that. Don't get the wrong idea. They just had a bit of a tussle, but it really wasn't that bad. That was all over in a moment. The more sensible people then went home. That was enough. Others stayed and wanted to continue to drink more beer. Lenz too. And the next morning, Lenz is lying dead over there in the puddle. There's a lot of screaming. Leubel is running around, accusing people. He won't calm down. You have to help me. Otherwise, the whole situation will get out of control. Good, quite good. That's how we do it. That will take some convincing, but you'll do it. Just please don't dawdle around. This must be clarified immediately. I almost forgot. You don't have to tell him that I sent you. I don't think he'd like that. He's not big on authority. Just say you're here for your reports. I'll check on things at my home. you talk to Leubel and ask the people in the village. We have to find this murderer.
You must be the young man from the city. How inconvenient for you to arrive here just now. We have to admit that all hell is breaking loose. A young man was lying dead in the street. No one wants anything to do with it. And then there is an outlaw named Pascolini who has been spotted in the area. Yesterday, 2 young men were attacked again. It is difficult to say who is responsible. But what brings you to us in the first place? Can I help you in any way? That's right. My name is Schweighöfer Harald. As a doctor, I'm responsible for the whole district. We don't have such high density of doctors here as in the city. I have to take care of a few villages. Fortunately, we have been spared from the cursed cholera that is currently ravaging the country again. Cholera always shows its ugly face when the High Lords think they have to play war. Many soldiers in a confined space, unbelievable hygienic conditions, poor supply of food and clean drinking water, and nasty injuries. A cholera is happy about that. But what am I talking about here? I don't want to bore you. I'm glad to hear that. Not everyone is open to the wonders of medicine and technology. Yet today we have many opportunities to educate ourselves. Of course, under these circumstances, anything else would be negligent. I cannot and will not divulge any detail here, but it is clear to me that there was an external influence. Certainly, this was not a natural death. Lenz was also a vigorous young man. He didn't just drop dead.
So who are you? Has Griesbacher already called for support? First they beat Lenz to death and then they shit their pants. That's just like them.
That's exactly what it is.
But you really don't look like your strong support. We will not be stopped. We will not be intimidated by these reactionary buggers.
Exactly. That's how it is.
What does LaSalle say? History is a struggle with misery, and we will take this struggle upon us. Let me give you some advice. Don't get in our way.
You
this
better
can
watch out.
End badly. That's me. What do you want from me? Whose side are you on? Are you with this murderous traditionalist pack around our mayor? Look at that. I wouldn't have thought so, I admit, but that's good to know. Well, be it as it may, what was your name again? And what do you want in Wolpertshofen? Neutral and focused on the essentials. I appreciate that. Yes, that's right. You were announced. My name is Leubel, Corbinian Leubel. I'm the teacher here in town. However, it might be a bit difficult with your report right now. You have chosen a most inopportune time. It will really be the best if you devote yourself to the good old Schlossbergbräu from Kati until this matter is settled. Last night, an innocent citizen was beaten to death. right beneath our eyes. And our fine mayor once again shines through his incompetence. Did he send you? In a neutral position then? That could be an advantage. The mayor and these buffoons who are suddenly playing militia for him. Arch-conservative scum. Apart from the fact that he is not allowed to do that at all. If I am not mistaken, only the Ministry of the Interior has the authority to do so. The same Ministry of the Interior that is supposed to have sent you. Do you know about this ridiculous militia? Did you authorize it yourself in the end? I'm glad to hear that. Poor Lenz. Lenz Klaus, the son of the old Schormeyer. They found him dead in the street. Lenz was not weak. He would have known how to defend himself. Someone must have hit him from behind. And everyone keeps their mouths shut, but not us. As LaSalle said, this is the power of speaking out what is. This is the most powerful political means. No one dares to say who the murderer is, but after what happened last night, none of those hangers-on can tell me nothing. Now we have to act. And I'm telling you this for the last time. Do not interfere. Go to the pub and get drunk. We'll soon have this settled and then you can do your work. Maybe that's not a bad idea. But I won't wait forever, I tell you. You're an odd fella. But somehow, I feel I can trust you. I'm counting on you. Find the killer. If I were you, I would first talk to our fine mayor before he pisses himself. Go ahead and tell him that we won't be fooled. Oh yes, there was an argument, a real fight with our fine mayor and his ass-kissers. I have only told what injustice prevails everywhere, because as LaSalle said, it is and always will be the most revolutionary act to say out loud what is. But they are unresponsive to reasonable arguments. They were just looking for a fight. Ever since we lost the unspeakable war against Prussia, everyone has been looking for an scapegoat. And that's what us supposed to be right now. Well, those here in town who think outside the box. Anything that smells of progress is immediately sent packing in this town. Damn Hicks. What kind of question is that? Of course no one is happy about our defeat. Perhaps it was the wrong idea from the start to side with Austria. But you really don't want to side with the Prussians either. We should have just stayed out of it altogether. But at latest, when the damn Prussians won at Königgrätz, it was clear to everyone that we were not on the winning side. Well, I wouldn't give a damn if it wasn't for the little men who had to face the music just because they want to play war up there. Since then, the mood hit rock bottom, and instead of calming down, they now seem to have to pick a fight with us. And they can have their fight. We certainly won't back down. It's obvious. Definitely one of them. They didn't want to take such a defeat lying down. I don't think it was the priest himself. Maybe Alois. But I think George was lying in the wait for Lenz. He wanted his revenge. Then he just knocked him out somehow. George could hardly walk anymore. He probably completely underestimated his strength. Something like that can happen. And now he has to be held responsible. But who is going to do it? The policeman is prowling around once again. The mayor is also a crony of the whole route. So let's put justice in the hand of the people and act ourselves. We are prepared. We will confront George ourselves. And if they try to get in our way, we won't shy away from violence either. I haven't always kept my rifle in good shape for nothing. Who was present? I was sitting with Schweighöfer, the doctor, Lenz and Hans Giergl. 1 or 2 tables away was our pastor Bayerle with George and Alois. We were chatting away and drinking a beer when the priest started his litany. First the war and now us. We disturb the peace of the village, he said. We are causing trouble and putting nonsense into people's heads. That sort of thing. Schweighöfer simply remarked that the priest had no idea about real life and even less about the war. With the church's money, you could really help people, but it looks like nobody wants that. No, he prefers to sit comfortably in his parish and doesn't give a damn about the rest. Bayerle didn't even react to that. He's too good for that. But George got really angry. He stood up in front of us and shouted about us being sent off. Sent off! How ridiculous! Schweighöfer could only laugh, but George didn't like that at all. He grabbed him by the scruff on the neck and dragged him out. Lenz went right in between. He and George even had a bit of a scuffle. Lenz scored quite well a few times. Very well, in fact. George quickly let go and the whole rout left. Serves them right. To be honest, we really got shit-faced afterwards. We wanted to celebrate this small victory. Around 10:30, we said goodbye in front of the pub. I walked straight home. Poor Lenz. Lenz Glass of the Schormeyer farm. His father owns it. Really not a particularly sympathetic fella, that is. The father. One wonders how it came about that Lenz was so open-minded. With a father like this. In the past, we didn't have much to do with each other, Lenz and I. But since I came back from Munich, things have changed. We often talked about the world and politics. He was always in favor of a pan-German solution. I never understood that. But still, he was a good friend. And then he lies there, beaten to death in the street. And now laid out on the farm by his insufferable father. Those bloody reactionaries! Yes, he is laid out at his father's at the Schormeyer farm. They have just picked him up. Head west out of the village along the forest path for quite a while. That's where the farm is. Poor Lenz was found in a puddle on the western edge of the village. Not far from the inn. I'm afraid you can still see all the blood.
Yeah, you've come to the right place. Do you need something? I can't help you right now. We have to finish our consultation first. You know what's going on here. We have to defend ourselves. Until peace has returned here and we are safe again, I'm afraid I can't do any work. Come back then.
Excuse me, I am very busy at the moment. If you have anything to discuss, please contact the mayor. His house is at the river, near the church.
Da ist echt nichts. Das ist so ein Fußballer. Ich meine, das.
Sehr, sehr gut.
Mr. Schmidt, that's amazing! I don't know what to say! What kind of deal is this? He was skeptical? For once I agree with him. But check the alibi and prove the innocence of Schorsch. That will calm down the teacher. I trustfully place the matter in your hands. I see. That's how we do it. You keep me informed. Is there anything else? Very good. That was good work. I owe you one. The thing is, I've already told you, this is a decent place here. We are decent people. Traditional, loyal to our king, and God-fearing. But some people think that's not good enough. They sent Leubel to the city to study. Now he's back with a lot of nonsense in his head and is always causing trouble. Keeps talking nonsense about inequality and revolution. Steers up the people. But we are doing well. He's the least to complain. But Leubel was able to win over Hans Gürgel, Severin, our doctor, and Lenz for himself and his crazy ideas. That is tragic. I'm not a big fan of revolutionary talk, just like our priest Bayerle, but I don't really know who else sees it that way. But I didn't want to get involved. When they started arguing, I went straight home. Too much beer. I really didn't need that at that point. That's why I don't know exactly how it went on. You'll have to talk to the others, please. They'll be at each other's throats soon. I'm telling you, our priest, a good man, is already quite upset, and Leubel just won't give in. You've seen him. I can't even get through to him. No decency, no respect for authority. Please talk to the people before something even worse happens here. Nobody can imagine such a thing.
Ah, the Pascolini! Watch out!
What? Where?
Oh, no, my mistake. That's not him.
Hakutsak, you godforsaken dumbass! Did you think the guy from the city was him?
Yes, I just thought so. He looks funny. Could have been.
That was so fun! The guards looked so stupid. I think that one of them, Bertel I think, even pissed himself. Thank you very much, Mr. Valentin. Okay, do you know what I wonder, Mr. Valentin? A fisherman takes a worm and kills it, then catches a fish which he also kills. Why doesn't the fisherman just kill the fish and spare the worm? Why does the poor worm have to die? Just because a mean person wages a badly planned war against a fish. I thought we were going to heaven. But what is even more important? Are you a fisherman, a fish, or a worm? Interesting how you see yourself. I have to find that out for myself, over and over. And that's why you have to build me a special fishing rod now. I'd like to be a fisherman too, and then I would try my hand at being. The special thing is that this fishing rod will not need. It's very simple. Stick, string and can. You will find it all at the village by the carpenter's house, somewhere near the barrels. Then all you need to do is find a workbench and put it together. I have drawn how I imagine it. I'm glad. Thank you.
Ah, the gentleman from the city. Hans Gürgel is my name. Who I am? I don't know. I've actually always been a farmhand somewhere. Until recently I was at the Schormeyer farm. But now I'm going to enjoy my end of the day. Although you can't really call it enjoying. Being annoyed is more like it. Actually I wanted to bowl. But nothing works here. I don't have a lane, there's no ball rolling. Well, I don't have any balls either. So it's not so bad. I don't have any pins either. I have already searched everything in the village and the surrounding area. But unfortunately, I haven't found anything. But I really have to practice. You know, at the next Marksman's Fair, there will certainly be a bowling alley again. You can win good money there. I could really use it right now. Who doesn't? The conflict? You mean the fight in the pub the other night? Oh, Schmidt, you don't have to take it so seriously. Some people here just like to show off. But of course it's tragic that Lenz is dead now. I'd also like to know what happened. Terrible. It's been going on for a long time with the arguments. Always back and forth. I don't think what Leubel says is wrong at all. I'll tell you honestly. But the outside stuff is sometimes just too much for me. When the old people interfere and Leubel starts quoting LaSalle, no, that's not my world. That's where I usually go. They can manage without me. And that's exactly how it was that evening. I was tired from work and from the beer. It was all too exhausting for me. Lenz, Schormeyer's boy. Yes, sure, I had a job on the farm. You don't know that, of course. When I came here to Wolpertshofen, the Schormeyers had work. They almost always have work. It's a big farm. There are people with money, I'm telling you. That sometimes triggers envy. When some people have so little to eat that they hardly get full once a week, and the others just throw the food on the dung heap. Well, you can probably imagine. I don't know very much about the Schormeyers. The two gentlemen like to drink, that's well known. I wouldn't be surprised if Lenz had cracked his skull while drunk. No. Well, there is. But not for me. It's all a bit complicated. The Müller could certainly do that. Well, he's not the Müller. He's actually a carpenter. That's just his name. He would certainly have everything there, and he could also carve it. He has a knack for it. I've tried it myself, but mine always fall over by themselves. It's just a shame that at the last Marksman's Fair he was a bit, yes, I want to say, had bad luck with bowling. He lost a lot of money, well, and I won it. I can't believe he bowled so badly. What am I supposed to do? He certainly won't be carving me any more pins now. You would do that? Honestly? No kidding. That would be great. Imagine that. If I could practice here properly and then win every throw at the fair. That would really be something. Schmidt, I would be very grateful if you would try that. When I was at Leubel's school earlier, I saw Müller there too. He's actually a good guy. Decent, but also very vindictive. Well, you're bound to find him somewhere at school. And, if you could ask soon, that would be great, of course. Because I have to start practicing quickly. Otherwise, there will be no more with the tournament.
Pins? I could do that. But you can see what's going on here. I don't really have time now. We have to defend ourselves. You are right. I will do that. Just come back a little later. Oh, the pins. Yes, here are the pins. However, I have already been told that you were seen with Hans Giergel. I certainly don't want to give him any of my pins. Not as long he's wasting my hard-earned money. But I will make you an offer. You get the pins, and in return, you win my money back from Hans Giergel.
Ah, the gentleman from the city. Great, let's see it. What kind of condition is that? Does he want to send you ahead now, the cowardly bowling brother? I'll make you an offer. If you manage to bowl all 9 once, I'll give you the money. I bowled hard for that. You don't just get that. Yes, of course, Schmidt. I can't imagine that you can win this, but you can try. You have 3 throws to clear the field. Here are some balls for you to bowl, but don't throw holes in my lane. This is bowling, not throwing. Ah, the gentleman from the city. All right. Here's the money. Please tell Severin that I didn't mean it. We can bowl together again at the next fair. Yes, of course, Schmidt. I can't imagine that you can win this, but you can try. You have 3 throws to clear the field. Yes, of course, Schmidt. I can't imagine that you can win this, but you can try. You have 3 throws to clear the field. Here are some balls for you to bowl, but don't throw holes in my lane. This is bowling, not throwing.
Neat! I didn't think you could do it. Hans Kirgel is a very good bowler. But the pins would actually be worth much more than a few pennies. Let him practice. I'm looking forward to seeing him smash the Niederding Hartingers at the next folk festival.
What can I do for you, Mr. Townsman? Poor Lance. He wasn't a model child either, but he didn't deserve that. Such a young man, his whole life ahead of him. Lying there in that puddle, it's hard to believe. Lenz was the son of Schormeyer. Actually Glas, Lorenz Glas, but from the Schormeyer farm. He also had a sister, Ursula, but she no longer lives at the farm. She married Alois and is now called Fiskner, an unpleasant person. And they didn't have it easy either, all of them. The mother died recently, tuberculosis. That was bad. Then the old Schormeyer drank a lot, and there were also arguments on the farm from time to time, with the children, I think. Schormeyer got quite angry, and since then it's been quiet again. Well, Ursel got married anyway, but in general they got along well. Although the father and the son didn't often agree on ideology. I don't know, I think the death of the mother brought the two of them together again. Poor man. That's a tough one, wife and son within 1 year. And that thing with Sensi was only a short time ago. Oh dear, who's going to take over the farm now? That would have all been for Lenz. But Schormeyer is actually a good man. I saw how nicely he played with Ursel's stepson, Alois Jr. He seems to like him. And I haven't even been out to see him yet. Would you express our condolences to Schormeyer when you go out to the farm, please? Thank you, Mr. Townsman. What can I do for you, Mr. Townsman? Yes, you don't know the people here at all. On the other hand, who does, Mr. Schmidt? Who does? Yeah, sure. Well, that was a Sunday. There's always a lot of people here after the service and all that, you know. But fortunately, only very few people argue. Mostly the two groups, if you want to put it that way. I think I need to explain that. Do you have a moment? Well, first of all, I have to say that this is a proper inn. Not that you think anything wrong, Mr. Townsman. But like everywhere else, there are also people here in the village who are a bit more traditional. They want everything to stay the way it is. And of course, there are also those who don't want that. They want something to change. Often, it's mainly the young people. That Sunday, the boys sat together again. Severin, Hans Kirgel. Dr. Schweighöfer was also there. Poor Lenz, and above all, Corbinian, young Leubel. Teacher, like his father. But otherwise, they have nothing in common, the two of them. They don't get along very well. And they like to discuss their crazy ideas about politics and society and whatnot. I don't get involved. Other people sometimes say something to them, mostly the old people. So Father Bayerle, of course, Alois and Schormeyer, and of course the mayor. George was also there this time. I don't know why, actually. I don't think he even noticed anymore. Actually, Rupp always sits with them, but I think the Rupps are visiting family at the moment. And we could have used him right now, the village policeman. Anyway, they were shouting quite a bit that Sunday. They were acting up a lot, if you know what I mean. Probably too much liquor, but you can't say that to these gentlemen. I didn't really notice everything that was going on. There was a lot going on in here. But anyways, at some point, Father Bayerle says to Schweighöfer, the doctor, said he was destroying the village community. He got quite angry and told the priest to shut up. The priest would put church money in his own pocket, while all the other people had to starve and come home crippled from the war. Then George got quite loud and threatened Schweighöfer that he would kick him out of the inn, as if it was for him to decide. And then Lenz interfered as well. Maybe that was his mistake. He threatened George that he would show him the way out if he didn't shut up right away. And then George went after Lenz. He punched George in the face, and before I could do anything, he was actually quiet again. A typical case of male hubris, I would say. Then they went home, the old ones. So Schormeyer, Alois, and the priest. He muttered something about God rest his soul or something. Maybe it was around 9. The mayor had already gone home. I think the way they behaved was too much, even for him. But again, he didn't pay. Put it on the tab. Always puts it on the tab, the fine mayor. The boys stayed a little longer, even George. They got along again, at least that's what I thought. Then they all went home, one by one. What can I do for you, Mr. Townsman? Well, Corbinian, a teacher like his father, but otherwise quite different as a person. His father is a loud person, and Corbinian has 2 little brothers. His father beats them all badly when they were little, but Corbinian got the worst of it, I think. Sometimes you don't wonder why people go a bit wild, right? I've often heard that Corbinian likes to gamble for money, and unfortunately not so successful either. It's well known that he also likes to drink. And he also has a way with women. He would always find one, but he obviously doesn't want to get married yet. Anyway, they sent him to the city to study. His father wanted Corbinian to become a teacher too, but I don't think old Leubel really likes this idea anymore. At any rate, that's where he met the people from this workers' movement and joined them. Since then, he has been going around quoting this LaSalle or whatever his name is. I don't think he knows it himself. In any case, it doesn't always sound right as he says it. He also put up some posters with slogans by this LaSalle in the village. Most of them have already been torn down by the militia, but you can certainly still find a few. It doesn't matter. I don't think he's a bad teacher. He brings in a breath of fresh air. Not everyone likes that, of course. The old men in particular are not so receptive to Leubel's ideas. Then there's trouble. He just won't let anyone tell him to shut up. What can I do for you, Mr. Townsman?
Would you like to play a game of dice with me? How high are you staking? Alright, are you ready? Damn. Well, at least nothing was lost. Do you fancy a rematch? How high are you staking? Alright, are you ready? Damn! What do you think? Double or nothing?
Well, lucky bastard.
Here? Well, the usual. We did a little drinking, a little talking. The usual stuff. Perhaps there was also a bit of an argument. That happens sometimes. One will still be allowed to speak one's mind. What do you want anyway? Do you want to get on my nerves now with your stupid questions? I really don't need that right now. In a fight? It certainly wasn't like that. We just had a bit to sort out. It happens. It's part of the game. Pack fights, pack gets along. That's what they say. My dear, don't get on my nerves with your stupid questions. Are you from the press or what kind of person are you? It doesn't matter, just leave me alone.
Du bist ja mit den Gatten
come, they will be gone. Oh, you're right, that's a problem.
Ursula Pfistner, good day. Is there anything else? He's at the farm, where else would he be? Is there anything else?
Ah, a city dweller then. What do you want? Do the Highlords want to take over the land? Or are you one of those pretzel salsas like the old Fetzo who used to sneak around here and ask stupid questions? Ah, yes.
Well, such a handsome young man. Yes, that's right. A visitor. What an unexpected pleasure. Would you look at that? Census reporter. How interesting. My goodness, please call me Renate, Mr. Valentin. Otherwise, I feel so old. How can I help? Yes, please, Mr. Valentin.
Praise be to God and welcome to our tranquil congregation. What brings you to us? You speak true words, dear Valentin. These are difficult times in which you have joined us. A terrible tragedy has occurred, and the community must first find its way back to peace and unity. But can I help you in any way? Dear Valentin, that's a good question. Actually, it was a Sunday like any other. We had a beautiful mass, and afterwards, people here like to get together in the pub. I usually join them too and sit with the important decisions makers of the village. Just a normal Sunday. Unfortunately, we also have a few younger members of the community who often go overboard in an unseemly manner in the pub. Unseemly, I tell you. Unfortunately, that was also the case on the Sunday in question. These troublemakers sat about 2 tables away from us and got louder and louder, louder and louder until you could hardly hear your own words. Some of them certainly had too much to drink. Well, God bless hops and malt. And so, I was faced with a great responsibility, namely the responsibility to keep the peace in the village as the leader of the spiritual community. Of course, this also includes peace in the inn, especially in the inn. After all the war, we need peace again. My well-meaning but admonishing words, however, were only met with scorn and derision, unreasonable refusal, boorish behavior. By God, you can't call it. Our dear Georges could not bear this ungodliness in his heart. The young man was so animated with courage in his attempt to defend me and the church against this boorishness. It was a real delight to look into his shining eyes. Of course, I wanted to calm him down again. Forgive even the guilty, said our Lord Jesus Christ. And then everything happened very quickly. All of a sudden, Georges was standing at the table of the scoundrels and called them to account. The rudeness with which these louts met him can hardly be put into words. Rudeness, I tell you, dear Valentin. Of course, we did not get involved in this barbary, so we settled our debts with the good Mrs. Gschwendner and went our separate ways. God sees all sins. I prayed for those louts that very night, that the Lord God would forgive their impudences. Impudences. Of course, let me know at any time if I can help you, dear Valentin. Now, I think I need to smoke my pipe. Of course, I don't want to blacken any parishioners, but Mr. Leubel, Corbinian, our village teacher, must be mentioned. Must. L-O-I-B-L is how you spell him. He was sitting there with Schweighöfer, Lenz from Schormeyer's farm, and Hans Girgel. These troublemakers sat there and spouted their insolence. In the past, there would never have been anything like that. In the past, even young people had respect for the dignity of the church and the office. But these louds don't know anything like that. Respect and decency, impudent scum. But of course, I will also include these people in my prayers and ask the Lord for forgiveness of their sins. Of course. On my side? You mean on the side of the community? So the righteous, the general public? The question should rather be, who isn't? You must mean who was sitting at the table with me that evening. I don't remember exactly. As a representative of the church, I simply sit at the table with the members of the congregation. I make no distinction, you know. None. Well, I have already mentioned George, our faithful soul. Alois was also there, and the mayor, of course. But I could also be mistaken. As I said, I make no distinction. Just take the exit in the north of the cemetery, right by the church. Then you will come out right by him.
No, I don't talk to strangers. Go away. Go away. I don't talk to strangers. You're right. Come around the house. Then I'll tell you. Not here at the window where everyone can see us. I'm sure the people in the village have told you that I'm the window keeper, because I sit at the window all day. I don't mind. I'm just Henriette Maurer. You can see all kinds of things from there. You can take my word for that. People always talk behind my back that I have so much time. That's why I would sit at the window all day. But that is utter nonsense. If there's one thing I don't have much of anymore, it's time. It's not a nice feeling, I tell you, when you know that you are dying now. Well, everyone dies, that's quite clear. But not everyone knows that their days are numbered. But after all, I was allowed to grow old. Whether that's a curse or a blessing, I don't know. And I don't need to know. That's in God's hands, the priest always says. He is a good man. My, the thing with his housekeeper, Miss Oberlechner. Everyone has a vice. I don't care. He has to discuss that with the Lord. They'll come to an agreement. He's a good man. Even to Lenz, the victim, he was always friendly, although he often didn't make himself popular at all. Not everyone liked him. At the Schormeyer farm, things sometimes go haywire. And the boy, Lenz, God rest his soul, especially liked to act up in the Gschwendner Inn. He wasn't exactly averse to alcohol either, if I may say so. Of course, I don't know what exactly happens there. I don't go into the inn anymore. It's too loud for me, and I don't like the way people look at me. It's always busy there, especially on Sundays. What was going on there again? Ah, yes, I remember. I couldn't sleep because my back hurt so much. Then I had to go to the potty again. Then I looked out of the window. There was still a light on in the inn. And that's when I saw Schorsch. He went down the forest path up ahead. He was alone. I think he was pretty drunk. I don't know where he was going at that time of night. I went back to bed. My feet got cold, you know. Yes, that's how it was. Exactly. I may be old, but I'm not stupid. But I really don't know what else was going on there. And now I'm tired too. I need to lie down. Give my best regards to the priest. The what? Ah, the robbers in the forest. Yes, I've heard that too. It's not nice, but I mean, where else am I going where they could find me? I've already noticed that they've put up some of the men at the bridges leading to the village. That's important too, of course. I think the robber's name is foreign somehow. What was that again? Ah, Pasquini, like the Kini. Yes, now I remember. They're apparently from Mammendorf or something, and are known everywhere, because they take everything that isn't nailed down. Everything. They've even taken cows and children. The poor children, just imagine. So, in any case, they're probably not good people, the Pasquinis. They make mushroom hunting no fun anymore. I'm sure you can imagine that. Not that I go looking for anything in the forest, but Kathi and Peter, for example, they go to the forest to find mushrooms for their Rahmschwammerl. They're good, I tell you. You absolutely have to try them.
Servus.
What do you want? It's all right. Go on then, but don't touch anything. What kind of questions are these, and why should I answer any of your questions? Fine by me. But you promise me you'll find the bastard who did this. Yeah, but hurry up. I don't have all day. On the evening it happened at Kathy's pub. He meets his revolutionary friends there every Sunday. They always discuss God and the world. Their ideas are too crazy for me. Where would that get us? But when you're young, you can be a bit crazy. Leubel, our teacher, he was out in the big wide world to study in Munich. Since then, he's had all these wild ideas in his head. And his pal, Severin, he's always hanging around the school. The good Dr. Schweighöfer thinks he's particularly clever, huh? He was there too. About the farm? What do you want to know? Many come, many go, just like everywhere else. Of course I like to keep the good ones. Finding decent stuff is really not easy. We also had a death at the farm. What happened with Tenzi is really tragic. She took her own life. We found her, Lenz and me. She was hanging back there in the shed from a beam on a rope. What a terrible thing to happen. I don't know what happened to her then. Schweighöfer picked her up, the doctor. Ask him if you want to know anything else. And here, Findeis, Hans Kirgel, a laborer. He also stopped coming recently. What's going on with Hans Kirgel, I don't know. I'm not that close with my employees. And whoever doesn't want to come, I won't run after them. Is that all, or are you going to walk around here all day asking stupid questions and stopping people from working? Those filthy wrecks! If I catch them, I'll hang them from the highest tree! Some hunters are afraid of their own shadows, and mothers no longer want to let their children play in the fields. Even I started to look around when I walk through my forest. That's the crime! A few weeks ago we heard about them for the first time, about the Pascolinis. In Kathy's pub, a journeyman told us that he barely escaped them. He was very pale when he told me. I immediately bought him another schnapps, so he would stop shaking, the poor boy. But I didn't think too much of it. It could have been anywhere, and I don't know how sensitive the guy was. But then, all of a sudden, Resi was standing on my farm crying, and that's when I knew they were here.
Praise be to God and welcome to our tranquil congregation. What brings you to us? You speak true words, dear Valentin. These are difficult times in which you have joined us. A terrible tragedy has occurred, and the community must first find its way back to peace and unity. But can I help you in any way? Dear Valentin, that's a good question. Actually, it was a Sunday like any other. We had a beautiful mass, and afterwards, people here like to get together in the pub. I usually join them too, and sit with the important decisions makers of the village. Just a normal Sunday. Unfortunately, we also have a few younger members of the community who often go overboard in an unseemly manner in the pub. Unseemly, I tell you. Unfortunately, that was also the case on the Sunday in question. These troublemakers sat about 2 tables away from us and got louder and louder, louder and louder until you could hardly hear your own words. Some of them certainly had too much to drink. Well, God bless hops and malt. And so, I was faced with a great responsibility, namely the responsibility to keep the peace in the village as the leader of the spiritual community. Of course, this also includes peace in the inn, especially in the inn. After all the war, we need peace again. My well-meaning but admonishing words, however, were only met with scorn and derision, unreasonable refusal, boorish behavior. By God, you can't call it. Our dear George could not bear this ungodliness in his heart. The young man was so animated with courage in his attempt to defend me and the church against this boorishness. It was a real delight to look into his shining eyes. Of course, I wanted to calm him down again. Forgive even the guilty, said our Lord Jesus Christ. And then everything happened very quickly. All of a sudden, George was standing at the table of the scoundrels and called them to account. The rudeness with which these louts met him can hardly be put into words. Rudeness, I tell you, dear Valentin. Of course, we did not get involved in this barbary, so we settled our debts with the good Mrs. Gschwendner and went our separate ways. God sees all sins. I prayed for those louts that very night, that the Lord God would forgive their impudences. Impudences. Of course, let me know at any time if I can help you, dear Valentin. Now I think I need to smoke my pipe. Just take the exit in the north of the cemetery, right by the church. Then you will come out right by him. Of course, I don't want to blacken any parishioners, but Mr. Leubel, Corbinian, our village teacher, must be mentioned. Must. L-O-I-B-L is how you spell him. He was sitting there with Schweighöfer, Lenz from Schormeyer's farm, and Hans Girgel. These troublemakers sat there and spouted their insolence. In the past, there would never have been anything like that. In the past, even young people had respect for the dignity of the church and the office. But these louts don't know anything like that. Respect and decency, impudent scum. But of course, I will also include these people in my prayers and ask the Lord for forgiveness of their sins. Of course. On my side? You mean on the side of the community? So the righteous, the general public? The question should rather be, who isn't? You must mean who was sitting at the table with me that evening. I don't remember exactly. As a representative of the church, I simply sit at the table with the members of the congregation. I make no distinction, you know. None. Well, I have already mentioned George, our faithful soul. Alois was also there, and the mayor, of course. But I could also be mistaken. As I said, I make no distinction. A Bible verse, I see. I would like to assume that I can help you with that, dear Valentin. You belong to your father, the devil, and you want to carry out your father's desires. He was a murderer from the beginning, not holding to the truth. For there is no truth in him. When he lies, he speaks his native language, for he is a liar and the father of lies. This is John 8, from the Gospel according to John. I know that section. Yes, I've read it countless times, dear Valentin, but this particular page doesn't sound familiar. This page could really be ripped from almost any Bible. A disgrace to treat the divine scriptures like this. Hard to believe. Truly a disgrace. Of course I know these envelopes. Can I ask where you found this one? This envelope was found with Lenz? You will probably find such an envelope in every house in the village. And elsewhere too. The envelopes are made available to every parish in the area for correspondence. I also always give my messages to the parishioners in writing. Then they receive them in an envelope like this. But I only seal the letters in rare cases so that people can use it again. A lot of things are scarce here, dear Valentin. It's not the big city here. Consequently, everyone here has these envelopes and can also use them for their own purposes. Of course, Lenz has also received letters from me, only, I think, not recently. Mrs. Oberlechner, yes, Renate, a good soul and, I cannot stress this enough, an excellent household help. She has been with me for a long time, 12, 13, more than 10 years in any case. Poor Renate hasn't always had it easy either. You know, unfortunately, God took Renate's husband away some time ago. She was left all alone with her boy. In the meantime, of course, Maxel is no longer a boy either. And that's how Mrs. Oberlechner came to me. After all, in the community you have to be there for each other. Renate needed a job and I needed help. And such a household is really no job for us. Isn't it, dear Valentin? And that the boy, Maxel, soon went to the city. Already experienced a lot, Mrs. Oberlechner and me. Over the years, you also get to know each other better personally when you spend so much time together. On a personal level, you certainly know what I mean. What do you want to insinuate here? Renate, I mean Mrs. Oberlechner, and me, for heaven's sake. What? The Lord has no understanding for such things. I am a man of God. That is where my loyalty lies. I made a covenant many years ago with God and my church, and I honor that covenant every day. I can imagine how you come up with such nonsense. The people here in the village are always talking shit about someone. And yet, or precisely because of this, I am grateful every day for being able to hold my guiding hand over the community.
Actually, I'm not allowed to. You know, medical confidentiality. Has Schromeyer approved this? You are right about that. The victim had a wound on the back of the head, impact with a blunt object. However, I cannot say for sure whether he died from it. It could also be in the fall. That was tragic, but unfortunately not uncommon nowadays. People are getting worse and worse, and nobody cares. In the past, there was simply more cohesion. Today, it's every man for himself. As doctors, we are powerless in the face of this. We need a new science that deals with phenomena like these, that would investigate such phenomena. We are only called when it's already too late. I could only determine death.
Du, ich hab das gesehen, dass der Gießkanne ganz komisch ist. Das ist doch nice. Du bist ja...
By name or what? No! What do you want with that stupid button? Do you want me to sew it on or what? Do I look like a woman?
Ah, das ist Großgruppe. Sehr, sehr...
All right. But I didn't bring my jacket today. It was too warm earlier. You can keep the button if you want.
Die Gießkanne ist kaputt. Was Neues, was daneben modernes.
Well, I guess I had something to do there. It's not forbidden. Or is it already forbidden to walk around? Huh? Is it?
Der französischen Gießkanne, da hast du ganz andere Wasser auf. Ach so? Ja, das ist ein ganz anderes. Das verteiltes Wasser. Die Rosen. Die Franzosen sind jetzt die Experten im Gartenwasser.
Yes, of course I can, but why should I? I don't see why it would concern you at all. And how about you stop asking questions and focus on the essentials? Or you better make sure you get the hell out of here. But be quick about it. You can also leave the beer. What? Where? What do you mean now? I don't know now. That doesn't mean anything. I think. You can't do anything to me. I advise you to leave me alone now and sneak back into town. But what kind of a stupid saying is that? First you said I was in a fight. I don't even remember that. That I was also supposed to have been at the scene of the crime. That the Lenz is lying there, beaten to death. It's also terrible. I only remember coming here. It was a Sunday. That's when everyone meets at the inn. What happened next? I just don't remember. I try to remember, but there's just nothing. I can't find my jacket either. I don't know where it is. It didn't get left behind at Kathy's. I just don't know anything anymore. Nothing at all. Please, Valentin, tell me what you know. What have I done? Did I really kill Lenz?
Mit ihrer französischen Gießkanne. Du hast eine ganz andere Wasser. Ach so, ja. Der Druck ist ein ganz anderer. Das verteilt das Wasser.
Valentin, you're such a clever man. Can you please help me find out what I did that night? I need to know what happened. Great, Valentin. Let's do it. Yes, of course. We have to find the jacket. And, how do we do that? Hey, is that the plan? I think I need to drink a schnapps first. Have a drink too, Valentin. I have the idea. We have to do it the same way as that night. So we have to get to the same level. Kathi, can you bring us another, better 2 beers each? Let me know when it's ready to go. I'm always up for that. Valentin, this is all for a good cause. Drink into your stupid skull. And then he said to him, "What are you looking at?" You see, looking at? Because he hit him in the eye with the pitchfork. You see? A toast to our King Ludwig II. Long live the King. Cheers, Valentin. In the war against the bloody Prussians, just the Greys, no big deal with their bloody tinder pin rifles there. They shot back 3 times while we were still reloading. Damn bloody Prussians, I tell you. So fast! Now that's what I call speed, Valentin. Nobody's used to that. I tell you, it's all unnatural. I wonder if God wants people to travel on trains like this. I don't believe it. That's something else. A war like that. You wouldn't wish that on your worst enemy. That's not human, no. You have to give up your humanity. And I'm telling you, Valentin, you won't get your humanity back. And now I know I certainly took something to drink with me during the night. The bottles must still be lying around somewhere. We have to find them, huh?
If you don't want to interrupt, why do you do it? You're the guy from the city, right? The one walking around asking questions. George, know him? Whoever told you that, unfortunately, wasn't talking nonsense. What did he do this time? I can imagine he has gaps. He probably doesn't remember anything.
Unfortunately, I am not that blessed. What kind of a relationship that is? Not a very decent one, I would say. Well, yes, but flowers alone don't help me. Tell me, how do you know that? You seem to know a lot. Yes, well, George came during the night. Well, he was with me. No one came that night, if you know what I mean. Probably not. Men don't know what that is like. It doesn't matter. Let's see if it works anyway. That's exactly what George said. I'm sure you're wondering what's the deal with George and me. When it started, he was so romantic. My George. He said he would marry me if he had the money. Nothing but empty words, I tell you. Only lies and deceit. He often treats me like a whore. Imagine that. Well, in the beginning it was all very different. He made an effort. Once we went for a walk in the forest, down by the river. We were so in love that we didn't even make it home, you know. And once we even went to Munich together. George had some business there and he took me with him. That was quite an experience. But now he only shows up in the middle of the night when he's really drunk. Yes, but different. I was already quite angry with him. Because he's always like that with me now. So I said to myself, no. I said to myself, you won't let him in again. I won't stand for that. I'm telling you. Then there was silence. For the time being. As I lay in bed again, I hear a rustling and a moaning and a knocking. I thought to myself, what is going on? I look out the window again, and there's George, standing on a ladder. He had flowers in his mouth. He's holding on to the ladder with great difficulty. Everything's shaking. I could already see him fall back over. So I helped him in. He handed me the damn flowers with a drunken grin on his face. He wanted to kiss me too, but I have to tell you, he stank like a whole distillery. I told him to lie down and be quiet. He could stay the night, but do you think he would have given up? That womanizer. All the time he was running his cold hands under my nightgown talking rubbish. And all I really wanted was to sleep. When you have a man in your bed already and he tells you things like that, well, sometimes it's urgent. And then I get carried away with the drunken idiot, you see, and nothing works. Nothing at all. Dead in the water, you know. And then the night was already over, and the shouting about Len started outside. That's when I threw him out, and his stupid flowers right after him. No, he left it here, the stupid fool. I'll give it to you right away. But Valentin, can I ask you something else about George, because you've already met him? So, what I actually wanted to ask is, you've already met George. Can you find out what he thinks about me? Whether he likes me or whether I'm just imagining things? That would be great, Valentin.
Ich denke, dass der Gießkanner ganz komisch ist. Das ist heiß. Du bist ja mit den Daten...
Valentin, you really are something else. I don't believe it. But tell me right away, do I have anything to do with Lenz? My dear, now I'm reassured. Honestly, true. Thank you for helping me. I really owe you one. Apollonia? Yes, she's quite a beauty. And she's nice too. And she's got an appetite, Valentin. You don't see that very often. That's amazing. Well, I like her. But you know, I can't offer her anything. Things aren't what they used to be. I can hardly sleep anymore. Well, the beer helps, but otherwise, when it's suddenly quiet and dark, Then I hear them screaming. Suddenly I'm right back in the middle of it again. The war. Blood everywhere. But I also... No, Valentin, I can't tell you. You know, sometimes I even see them. Sometimes when I wake up, he sits there in my room on the chair and looks at me. But he says nothing. Never. Just looks. He's such a young man. Almost a boy. With the blood everywhere. I almost pee my pants every time. It scares me so much. And maybe I'm losing my mind too. I really don't know. But that's not a clever man. I'm not a clever man anymore. And she should find someone better. But somehow she doesn't do that. Once she said she really liked me. So I asked myself if I should say something. I mean, should I tell her about it? Why I can't sleep and all that? But I don't know. Do you think that's a good idea?
Die Gießkanne ist kaputt, weil was Neues hast du nicht irgendwas Modernes.
Hello, Valentin. What brings you here? Really, Valentin? So, what do you think? Oh my, poor George. It's terrible, all this with the war. One can't imagine what it does to people. But thank you, really, Valentin. You're one of the good ones. But, Valentin, just between you and me, what do you think? Is it all just fun for George, or is he serious about us? Valentin, do you really think so? Yes, it could be something with George. Oh, thank you, honestly. Then I only have to take care of one other thing. Because I'm expecting, but I can't imagine all that right now. Maybe later with George, but not right now, no. The thing is, I just can't do it now, married or unmarried. Maybe you can't really understand it. How can I explain this to you? Look, it's not always right to have a child. Often the timing is bad. Sometimes the right time may never come. But I don't know that for myself. I just know that it's not right at the moment. And I have to be able to decide for myself what happens to my body and my life. Don't I? At least that's what I think. That's why I made this decision. Of course I know about the consequences. I'm not that naive. I know many stories of women who have not survived such a decision. The despair, the fear, the pain and the blood. I've seen it myself, Valentin. If that is the price I have to pay, I will do that. I will not be a broken mother who hates her child. And I will not be a bad mother who gave up her child. Before I die in childbirth, I'd rather die in abortion. But, you know, that is not how it has to be. With a doctor, I could survive the operation. He has the necessary means, and he can save me if something goes wrong. But I could never ask him. The whole place would know about it. If you talk to the doctor, no one here would think anything of it. You can help me. You can ask him. You're my best chance. Will you help me, Valentin? Please. All right, I'll manage somehow without you, but please don't betray me or I'll really get into trouble. Now please go. I have to take care of a few things.
Du, ich denke, dass der Gießkanne ganz komisch ist. Du küsst ja mit den Garten, dafür immer.
Can you? What evidence do you have for your claim? Ah, I see. And I see that you are a gentleman. Neat, Mr. Schmidt. But the killer, he is still at large. He is just waiting for the moment to murder one of us. We will not wait until he shows his ugly face. You have a point. Maybe you can achieve more than we can. Feel free to ask around more. I think a thank you is in order. I wrongly suspected George, and you saved me from making a terrible mistake. We are all workers. Insofar as we only have the will to make ourselves useful in some way to mankind. That's what La Salle says. And you seem to be one of us. You should question all those who were involved in the dispute. One of them must have done it. I don't believe that the priest gets his hands dirty himself. Then it could only have been Alois. He has such a short fuse anyway, totally jaded. He's capable of something like that. Question him. Ask him if he has an alibi. And don't let Ursula keep you away from him. You'll see right away that he has what it takes to be a murderer. The Pfistner farm is located in the south of the village.
Well, such a handsome young man. Yes, that's right. A visitor. What an unexpected pleasure. Would you look at that? Census reporter. How interesting. My goodness, please call me Renate, Mr. Valentin. Otherwise, I feel so old. How can I help? Yes, please, Mr. Valentin. Of course, Mr. Valentin. So, you have some information. I think it's good that you're interested in the place and the people, but you've been taken in by a rumor. This is unacceptable. After all, you don't know him. But people just like to gossip. You know, normally not so much happens here. Then you just make something up. But there's really nothing to the story. Some people are just a bit narrow-minded. They just can't imagine that Mr. Bayerle and I have a friendly and respectful relationship. Nothing else. I'm not bothered by that. What's the point? Sometimes the priest gets a bit angry, but I have enough to do. Actually, I should be getting back to work, Mr. Valentin. Yes, please, Mr. Valentin?
Is there anything else?
I don't understand what you want from me. Are you asking if I've slain Lenz? Who sent you? Leubel the Bettwetter? He's the only one here in town who thinks he's smart enough and at the same time stupid enough to accuse me of such nonsense. He'd better put his books aside and come out onto the field. Then he'll be able to clear his head of his intellectual delusions or whatever it's called. You know what really gets on my nerves? Men in fine clothes who want to interfere in the lives of the villagers. I get through the day quite well on my own. I don't need the talk of upheaval. And the Lord said, if you don't feed the donkey, it will run a few more steps. And then it will die. That is not in the book, but perhaps it should be written there. Then the pompous donkey would also consider on whose shoulder he is laying his fine table. I'm not going to let you tell me when to answer something. First, tell me what you want to know. Passed away. How you say that? He died a miserable death, with his head in the dirt, like a mangy dog. Just as I say. I went straight home from the pub and packed the crates for the market with Ursula. Like every evening. The farmhand has to get up early in the morning, so everything has to be ready in the evening. The crates with the stuff for the market. Groceries, that is. The crates with the stupid questions have already gone. Or maybe you saw them somewhere, Mr. Investigator? If you're looking for witnesses for your stupid reports, then ask Ursel. She's in the field. Or Friedel, our farmhand. He's at the market. Oh, and Mr. Townsman, tell me how your investigation turned out. I already hear it from all directions. A farmer in Wolpertshofen did his job. And you figured it out. Respect, Mr. City Dweller. There sure will be a promotion in for you, right? And now get lost!
Is there anything else? What do you want from Alois? Yes, of course he did. Alois has to fulfill his duties. Herr Schmidt, and could you tell me something now? What are you doing sneaking around my farm? Are you looking for something? Well, then look somewhere else. Is there anything else?
Do that! I will work while you write your reports.
What can I do for you, Mr. Townsman? Oh, don't worry. You can't leave them clueless city people alone with the rebel here. Actually, they're all quite nice. They just don't show it like that. I'm happy to help. Oh, wait! Now that you mention it, there is one thing I might have. As a visitor, you might get further than I have. Do you see that young man by the village tree? Yes, exactly, the one who sleeps off his drunkenness all day long. I'd be interested to know where he gets his liquor. Most people brew their own beer at home. It's just not as good as mine. But distilling liquor is something else. That's not so easy. I buy my schnapps in town, legally and from a distillery with a license and everything. But obviously, there's someone here who distills illegally. That doesn't ruin my business. I waived every other bill for the drunkard anyway, because he could never pay. But here I can keep a better eye on him. Give him some water in between. After the 17th drink, call it a day so it doesn't get out of hand. You can't look at that heap of misery. Would you do that for me? Why don't you take a look around? The best point to start is our drunk fellow over there. Somehow you have to be able to find out who distills the liquor. What can I do for you, Mr. Towns? Fancy, yes. That was terrible. Such a young woman, and then she's hanging from the beam in the shed. I think old Schormeyer had a hard time with that. I think he liked her. She had been with him on the farm for a long time. She arrived here years ago with her little sister, Resi. She's actually a nice one too, but I think the girls went through quite a lot before they came to the farm. I don't know anything for sure, but Resi is no longer good with other people. I don't know. Schormeyer gave the girls a little old wooden hut back there in the forest. Resi has been living there for some time now. She knows a lot about plants and herbs and makes little tea bags and tinctures and lucky charms and all sorts of things. She then sells them to earn a bit of money. Of course, that's not much, but she doesn't need much either. Sensi has always taken care of the rest. I don't know how Resi is coping now. You never see or hear anything about her. Not that I know of. People probably keep that to themselves. Schormeyer was very upset when the suicide happened. He obviously sent for Dr. Schweighöfer straight away, but he couldn't do anything for her. And then they weren't even allowed to bury her in the cemetery because of her suicide. The church doesn't allow that, says the priest. Schormeyer is rather religious, so that was a bit much for him, I think. I think he even found her himself. The poor girl, hanging herself on his farm. And then she can't even be buried. It's tragic, all of it. What can I do for you, Mr. Townsman? About Bayerle? I don't know. His name is Hubertus, Bayerle Hubertus. It's been a few years since he took over the Catholic parish here. You may already know that Miss Oberlechner works for him in the household. To be honest, I don't know what exactly he did before that. I never asked him. But otherwise, he's actually quite a pleasant person. He likes to be in the garden, he has herbs and stuff behind the church. He often sits somewhere and smokes his pipe. He's a quiet man, I'd say. Only some things annoy him. People gossip now and then, of course, because of him and Miss Oberlechner. I don't believe it, but who knows? I'm not there, fortunately. And he can also get quite annoyed with young Leubel. He doesn't like the way he often acts. I understand that, but sometimes he gets a bit worked up. But he does his job well, as far as I can tell. Well, he takes care of his congregation and is also concerned when something happens. Well, the priest thing suits him, I would say. What can I do for you, Mr. Town?
Du bist ja mit den Garten und mit Geschichten bist du ja immer der Experte. Weißt du, dann war das halt so sehr, sehr gut. Ja, musst jetzt schauen. Ich war da beim Bandler, weißt du, war ich beim Traumerladen und habe gesagt, wir brauchen mal ein bisschen besseres. Und dann habe ich gesagt, du, pass einmal auf, meine alte Gießkanne ist kaputt, brauche ich was Neues, hast du nicht irgendwas Modernes? Mit der französischen Gießkanne, da hast du eine ganz andere Wasser aus. Ach so? Ja, der Druck ist ein ganz anderer. Verteiltes Wasser, die Rosen. Die Franzosen, die sind jetzt die Experten im Gartenwasser oder was. Ich weiß, wenn du jetzt bloß einen Rasen hast, die Briten, die haben uns das also nur über die Besten.
Fella.
What can I do?
Du tust ja mit die Gartengeschichten immer.
What do you want from us? What bloody liquor bottles are you talking about? We have plenty of work. Go bother someone else. Why didn't you say so? You're scaring the shit out of us. But you seem to be a good guy. Yeah, the Mumu tastes much better than Kati's schnapps. It's a bit more expensive, but it's worth it. Yep, Mumu. Or how to pronounce it. I don't know. And we didn't make up this stupid name. But we don't have any more either, as you have seen. Unfortunately, there's nothing we can do. Forget that. You won't get anything from us. If this gets out, we won't get the good stuff anymore. No way. Huh, you're a sport? That doesn't sound so bad. We should definitely do that. There's a vagabond. He comes down the road every afternoon around 3 o'clock. He has the good stuff with him. But I don't think he'll show his face when he sees you there. He's very cautious.
Damn, you scared me. Why are you sneaking up on us like that?
Wait, pals. He's not one of us. What are you doing here? How did you get here? Who are you?
Damn it, Sully. Pull yourself together. And you fool, don't you know you've landed in the camp of the dreaded Pascolini? Run while you still can.
Holy shit! We didn't mean anything by it. Please don't take it amiss, Mr. Pascolini. We only put up the wanted posters so that we could have some peace and quiet.
Idiot, have you taken a look at the wanted posters? He doesn't look anything like Pascolini. We only put up the wanted posters so that we could have peace and quiet here. But that doesn't seem to scare you. Just say what you want and we'll see. We are the Munich Moonshiners.
No, not Mumu. Mumo, with two O's at the back. Not Mumu. How does that sound? That has no effect at all. It's called Mumo. Do you notice how that immediately sticks? We have no less goal than to distill the first and best beer spirit in the world. Schnapps made from beer. Can there be a better idea? You know what I mean? A beer brandy. Practically two wonderful drinks in their essence combined in one tasty drop.
It's alright, Sully. I think he gets it. Do you know what a distillery license costs in the Kingdom of Bavaria? The ticket back home already cost us our last pennies. But in the States, we learned everything. Moonshiners, those are the people who distill the noblest drops with the simplest means in the deepest forest. Just like us.
That we could join forces with this troop of vagabonds and deserters came at the right time. They let us distill here, and we provide them with better liquor than they deserve.
Shh, don't talk so loud. No, we can't do anything about that either. They only accept us because we supply enough booze. But they also just want to be left alone. They are all here because they have had enough trouble in their lives.
Some of them are really bad guys. Some of them were in the war and never really found their way back. Almost all of them have been in prison. There is no place for them elsewhere.
Just stay out of this part of the forest. Then everyone will have their peace. And peace is the most important thing to distill a good schnapps. No wonder. With this liquor she serves, people deserve better than this swill.
And we couldn't go anywhere else anyway. We'll never find a location and protection like this again. Why not? Check it out with her. I can't imagine the old lady getting involved in such a deal, but if she did, we'd be in.
What can I do for you, Mr. Townsman? I'm curious about that.
Du bist ja mit den Gartengeschichten, bist du ja immer der Experte.
Well, there's not much I can do. I just hope people don't drink themselves to death. I have the feeling that drinking has become worse and worse over the years. But life has also become harder and harder. What can I do for you, Mr. Townsman?
What? Ja, aber die Gießkanne ist kaputt. Ich brauche mir was Neues. Du bist ja mit den Garten.
Friedel Güttinger, good day, but just call me Friedel. How can I help today? Look, this is not a good time at all. The goods have to come off the stand and I have to make another delivery. What do you say? Do you want to kill me? Listen, I am going to tell you how we could do it so that we both come out of this well. I take care of the goods here at the stand and you quickly make the delivery. Then I will have my head free afterwards and time for your questions. Because the delivery would be really important now. Very important, so to speak. These 10 eggs have to go to one of the lumberjacks in the forest near Pfistner farm. They need a good meal for their hard work. They passed by here fully loaded, so they didn't have a hand free. Apparently, they have even lost some of the wood. The best would be to look for the wood that is lying around everywhere. Ah, and here's something else for you before I forget. This pretzel will give you more strength for your journey. Eat it before you start. It's an old family receipt from my wife. Here you go. And make sure you don't break any eggs on the way. If even one shell is cracked, the old lady will come with a stick. An unpleasant person. Yes, really? I'm not sure yet. But now you better hurry. The delivery is late anyway. Here are the eggs. Good luck.
Ah, finally. My stomach is growling already. Thank you.
How can I help today? By God, that's very good. For you, that might only be 10 eggs, but for me, they truly mean the difference on the farm. Alright, I'll stick to my agreements too. Don't worry, now we finally come to your questions. What do you want to know? As it happens, I can, yes. Alois always has to be home early. His wife Ursula would never allow the market goods not to be ready in time. Once Alois was at the cemetery tending the family grave and came home when Ursula already had the crates in the hallway. That was big trouble, I tell you. The way Alois' mood has been for the last few years, I won't even be surprised if he would just beat up someone to death like that. But in the end, there's always Ursula. She already has a firm grip on the fate of the farm. And with that, Alois as well. Yeah, I can say with a clear conscience that Alois was at home. Was did it now? Yes, Valentin, you're right. I have to get something off my chest. No, not now. I suggest you get back to me when you have clarified Alois' concerns.
Of course they were! This is all a load of bollocks! And now, you go back to where you came from, like a good boy, and give a nice greeting from the working people. Will you never stop being a pain in the ass? Oh, yeah, I know that one. Isn't that the button from... Mister, don't bust my balls any longer! You know everything you want to know about me, so leave me alone now! I have no idea where that damn button came from! Have a nice day!
How can I... How can I help today? I am not quite sure now whether I should really tell you everything. This place carries a burden that not all shoulders are meant to bear. There's something over Pfistner Farm, a shadow. Everything there seems cursed. What would you like to know? The farm comes from Alois' family. Alois looks after the farm with his wife Ursula. Ursula comes from the Schormeyer farm. After a dispute there, she came through the door with bag and baggage and never left again. And then there's their son, Alois Junior. But Alois Junior is not the son of Alois and Ursula. So he's Alois, but Ursula is not the mother. Before Ursula, Alois was married to another woman who died. Alois has never been able to overcome his grief, and you can also tell that the boy is somehow different. You have probably already seen the boy here in town. He often sneaks around secretly here. Yesterday he was picking mushrooms, today he's at the river. He's a busy lout, but his heart is in the right place. I feel so sorry for him. Well, and then there's me. Too broken for the war, too stupid for the city, but it seems to be enough for the farm stand. I have been at the farm for 51 years and still know Alois' old man, Walter. What would you like to know? I'm not talking about the devil, if you know what I mean. This house just feels dark and cold. More and more often there are nasty arguments. Usually Ursula yells at Alois. You can choose which Alois I mean, but father and son also clash more often. I don't get to hear everything in the servants' quarters either, but now and then I hear or watch what they have to dispute. Ursula is always afraid of losing the farm. Then she yells at Alois that he's not man enough to run the farm properly. She leads him like a hand puppet. And Ursula doesn't have a single good word for the boy. Once, when things were really bad again, Ursula told Alois Jr. that she would be happier if he had gone with his mother. I will tell you something, I will never forget the boys crying. As if this wasn't enough for the little boy, a year ago I saw how the father grabbed his son in an argument, pulled him and said, "You are like a disease for this family." Hearing such words from your own father and having to put up with Ursula's hatred cannot bring happiness to any little soul. Fortunately, old Schaumeyer looks after the boy from time to time. They get along quite well. What would you like to know? Sadness, Mr. Townsman. Well, it's right in front of your eyes. The farm and the land must be cultivated. Then the farmer loses his wife and is left alone with all the tasks. This has obviously overwhelmed him. Alois Jr. is also still there and carries a big bag with him, containing pictures of seeing his own mother die. The great loss at this early stage of life was a heavy blow for the family, from which they never recovered. And then Ursula joins the family. Like Alois Jr., she lost her mother years ago too. As the last woman in her family, her status on the farm was determined by struggle. And now, under these difficult conditions, Ursula also loses her brother Lenz. Do you understand why this situation depresses me at times? What would you like to know? I promise myself relief. Only death will truly redeem me here. Look, I'm a poor farmhand. My greatest possession is my will and the strength of my arms, but the arms are getting weaker and weaker. I'm fully aware that my past will end up on a field in Wolpertshofen. It will make the difference whether I thank the Lord for the beautiful day in my last breath or everything remains as it is right now. What would you like to know? Please, promise me something. Talk to the people. Listen to them and convince them that this cannot go on. I believe they are listening to you. And above all, talk to the boy first. I'm afraid that he will break under everything at some point. He simply needs someone to listen to him.
How do you know my name? What else did Friedel tell you? kitchen with my mother and father. Mother made her mushrooms. Then my father said that he would make another log so that the stove wouldn't go out. Mother and I played catching mushrooms with our mouths. Father didn't like it because it was so much work to find the mushrooms. My mother caught a mushroom and suddenly her eyes got really big. She coughed like this. It sounded really strange. Do you know it? She turned around towards the stove and found her chest. At first, I thought that she was laughing. But then she just fell over and lay on the kitchen floor with her eyes open. I felt like a stone then. Do you know what I mean? Like time suddenly stops running. Then father came back. He sent me away and called Friedel. I remember that. Since then, everything has changed. What else did Friedel tell you? I don't want to... What else did Friedel tell you? She hits me at every opportunity. At first, just normal with her fist, but later she got harder and harder. She poked me with the poker while she was stroking the oven. It was really hot. She told my father that I had run into the fork in the stables. Then he slapped me because I had no business being there. And she also snorts at Friedel and even father all the time. I once carved a figure for my father so that he might be happy. He liked to carve himself before. Ursel then took the figure away from me. And also the knife from my father. What else did Friedel tell you? Mother once made a book for my father. She used to write letters in it. Father always had it under his bed. And then Ursel took the book and a shovel and disappeared into the garden. I saw it clearly, but the witch couldn't see me because I was sitting in the tree. Actually, I wanted to dig the book out again myself, but I wasn't quick enough. The father noticed that it was gone. You can probably imagine what happened then. If you bring the book to my father, I'm sure he would be reassured and happy. If he's still able to feel anything at all.
What? I was so sure. Then there's really only one left. The priest himself. I don't believe it. But he's been acting so strange lately anyway. Who knows what arch-conservative elements he got mixed up with? Times have changed. There are forces that would like to have the absolute monarchy back again. Any means will do. Who knows who this quack might have fallen in with? I couldn't imagine it, but you can't rule anything out. It can't hurt if you simply ask what else he did that evening.
Do you have the fishing rod, Mr. Valentin? Thank you very much, Mr. Valentin. Do you know, Mr. Valentin? It's been a long time since somebody was so nice. Would you say that we are friends? That's very nice.
have you served, my boy? You are clearly abusing your position here, sir. Hear me out. You have a job to do. I, Johann Ulrich Logemann, must leave this place immediately. However, there's a trap in this room, in the truest sense of the word. Come closer. Where are you from? By God, what a blessing! Then fortunately, I am not the only one here who is not a Bavarian. Goddamn! Listen! I was a commanding officer. I am a man of honor, a man of strength, and a man of leadership. Young men died under my leadership, in hope, with courage, and unwavering willpower. And now, look at me! How am I to stand before God like this on the last day and bear witness? As I am now, I am a disgrace. Even my own mother would lose pride in front of someone like me. I have my own shit on my shoe. There isn't time for any spirits. I have to get up to speed quickly. There are a lot of things at stake. I have an urgent appointment. I cannot and will not stand in public like this. What idiot built this shitty hut anyway? I don't believe it. I would be the laughing stock of the world if this ever sees the light of day. It's hell! Good! Here, take it! We are here in a situation of taking and giving. You take the following piece of paper, and then you give me what it is I asked for. Get me a shoe care set, but premium quality. The shoe must look like it's been licked clear. If you do that, I will give you useful assistance. Believe me, a Johann Ulrich Logemann knows how things work out. And now go! Here's your order! And also something against your stench! Now, please. I need help. Come over. Come here. Open there. Me. Take the shit out. Come here. There. Open the toilet. Over there. Come here. Now, please. Over there. Hey, is there anyone?
Is there anything else? What do you mean? What problems at the farm? You are a funny little fella, Mr. Valentin Schmidt. Really. How you always make such an effort. Is there anything else?
Mr. Schmidt, do you know where my husband is? Have you seen him? Then you must excuse me. I would ask you to come another time. I have to find my husband first.
Ah.
Next thing we know, women are allowed to vote as well. No, we really don't need something like that. No, we don't really need something.
Can you hear me? Now, please. Is there anyone? Now, please. Is there anyone? Do you have the premium shoe care set? The Lord shall thank you. Now give me that. So, let's see. Tell me, have you ever dreamt of killing a man? The other day, when I reached this place, a disgusting guy intercepted me at the cow pasture at the entrance to this village. He looked like a mixture of a typical Bavarian and a battlefield. Face like an ox, thin and bald. Strange guy. He's the one who got me into this situation. Would you give me the letter? In return, I can offer you something very special. So the bastard's name is Meindl. Interesting. Here, this is for you. Good. And now back to the matter of hand. He said that he was supposed to kidnap a cow on an assignment. However, I guess it didn't work out. At least, he got a very nasty wound on his face. Looked like a hoof. Well, you know how it is. The smart one wins. In any case, he was so frustrated that he stole my snack. Then he took off, heading west. Must have been a robber. What a good-for-nothing Bavarian! Shut your mouth! I was so hungry that I had to eat the inn cuisine. It was already afternoon, so I treated myself a good couple of Weisswurst sausages. Well, and then what happened is what we are expecting together now. I have never hated a person so much. My bowels feel like they have been at war for 20 years. All I want for this talk is to learn a lesson. And besides, I want my snack back. Another meal like that, and there will be nothing written on my tombstone, because I will bury myself in this tiny hole. It feels like half of my body is already part of Wolpertshofen. Please, fetch my snack from the robber's lair. It must be there somewhere. And if you meet one of these disgusting creatures there, don't be afraid to turn their faces inside out in the name of Johann Ulrich Logemann. Here you have everything you need to find my snack. And don't be afraid of violence. Risk everything for the ham. And now off we go. You charge quite a lot for such a small favor. All right. But then answer me one question. What is the worst and most humiliating Bavarian insult you know? Ha 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 ha! That's a good one! Ha 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 ha! That's good! Okay! Take this one! And here's something else. A personal gift. With every minute that passes, but yes! Have you found my snack? Then search! Search! I need help. Come here. I'm on the toilet. I'm on the toilet. Come over. Anyone get me? I need help. Anyone? Is there anyone? Come over here. Come here. I need help. Don't. I need anyone! Come over! Toilet! Anyone hear me? Can anyone hear me? I need help! Shit hole! Come over! Shit hole! Over here! Come over! Come over! Go! Over here, go! Is there anyone? Over here. I need help. Sit down. I'm in the toilet. Over here. Down. Over here. I'm in the toilet. With every minute that passes, but yes. Have you found my snack? Then give it to me. I can feel my ribs already. By God, the snack doesn't fit through the peephole. This is getting more and more humiliating. What are we going to do? Very well. My honor lies at the bottom of this shitty place anyway. I will now open the door and then give me what I desire. If you don't help me, then I will come out and get my snack. I'm counting down. Then we are off. 3, 2, 1. Come on. God damn it! Now the door is jammed too! Dear God! If you are about to test me, I beg you, just strike me down with the lightning right now! You, after all we've had to experience together here, I kneel and beg you for one last favor. Please open this door. I can no longer. I don't want to. And I won't. If you do nothing, Johann Ulrich Logemann, commander of some of the greatest battles of our time, will die in a shed house. Humiliated, filthy, completely dishonored. And to make matters worse, in Bavaria, you can have everything I own. Here, take it. You will also get a blueprint for a mechanical precision tool. This should put an end to this horror. Good. Then you now have everything I had with me. What you do with it is up to you. But bring the tool. Now hurry up, please. Something is leaking here. anyone? Is there anyone? Were you not there at our last meetings? You should know how I feel. Shitty from head to toe. I ask myself the same thing. Now take the tool and open the shithole. Why is it so quiet? Commander Logeman at your service. What are the orders? A butterfly? What are you talking about? Give me your name. Schmidt, have you been poisoned? Did you overdose on toadstools? Yeah, that's right. You don't think. So open the door. Did you make it? Schmidt, you've been working on the wrong spot. The front part of the seat is coming loose. For God's sake, shit is leaking everywhere. Shit is leaking. You did it! Schmidt! You really did it! You really did it! Schmidt, thank you! I don't know what to think of you, but thank you! Johann Ulrich Logemann is now deeply in your debt, instead of deeply in his own Oh, never mind!
What do you want? Are you Danish? Who do you think you are to meddle in our affairs? I'm not going to do shit, you little smartass! You think you have the right to stand in this place, on my land, mouth off like that, on my doorstep and lecture me? If you keep repeating the baseless nonsense of those linked intellectuals, I'll grab my shotgun and I'll shoot you up the church tower, you cheeky dork! I promise you that! I don't think you know anything! Otherwise, you would know that your mouth is putting you in a very dangerous situation! How do you know that? Can you read? Have you been to the cemetery? You must be a clever one. He had to watch? He killed her! Because he's too stupid for everything! Now I'll tell you something! Outside, at first, it sounded like they were just fooling around in the kitchen, as if they were having fun. But when it rattled inside, I realized that something went wrong. None of this would have ever happened if the two of them hadn't played their stupid mushroom catch again. How many times have I told them to stop that? That you don't do that! But it took his mother lying on the floor with blue lips for the little devil to understand. By then it was too late. Why didn't he do anything? Why did he just stand there? Can you explain that to me? I just don't understand it! What do you mean? Ursula is not my wife! She's a woman on my farm! My wife is with the Lord and never comes back! Do you think I chose it that way? All of a sudden I was standing there, all alone with the farm and the boy. I needed help. And Ursula wanted to leave the Schormeyer farm. She was supposed to get married. That was obvious. Someone had to look after the boy and prepare things for the market. I had to deal with the fields. And this darkness. Ursula was able to take a lot of the load off. And then she interfered more and more. She wanted to tell me how everything should be done here. The dung-bellied brat! Then we'll argue. I won't be fooled! I already know that the little brute gets a slap in the face sometimes. What do you expect? Should I call Rupp or what? Sometimes he gets hit, and he deserves it. So that's just more bullshit you're talking. That's what I'll do. And if you're talking bullshit again, the Lord have mercy on you. You don't spread lies about my farm, Mr. City Dweller! The little devil doesn't need to try to talk his way out of it. I already know that he did it! What are these things supposed to be? Give me that! Where did you get that? If that's true, the bloody twat will face the consequences, I'm telling you! What are these things supposed to be? He can keep that! It won't bring Katerina back to me either! What are these things supposed to be? You have no idea! This is so heavy! This burden! The whole family is broken! Only the Lord knows if there's salvation for us!
Is there anything else?
Then I hope for the best. Thank you. It would be so nice if I didn't have to be afraid at home anymore. But there's one more thing I would like to ask. Can you take this beautiful stone to my mother's grave? They don't want to see me there, but I found the stone and I want to make her happy. I'm so afraid that my mother will forget me, you know.
Very true, dear Valentine. After all, that was enough excitement for one day, and it was also getting late. Do you suspect me of murder? A deadly sin? You can't be serious. With your pompous speech, you cannot disguise the fact that you suspect me of murder. I remember that. Just ask Renate and leave me alone. She can confirm everything. It was handed over to Apollonia for minor repairs. There were a few touch-ups to be done. But just go and look at the jacket.
Yes, please, Mr. Valentin? Yes, I know about Lance. God rest his soul, the poor guy. And yes, I have heard about it. I wasn't there, of course. I'm not out and about in town that late anymore. After all, I have to do my chores. Actually, I don't mind if the priest is out of the house. Then he doesn't get in my way, you know. But for heaven's sake, don't tell him. He'll quickly get the wrong idea. Tell me, is this some kind of interrogation now? I'm glad that you're interested in our beautiful place. You know, the priest likes to go out to the pub in the evening and drink a beer. But when exactly did he come home that Sunday? My, what time would that have been? He must have been there around 9, yes? Yes, please, Mr. Valentin?
Hello, Valentin. What brings you here? Yes, I have it here. Renate brought it over for me to touch it up a bit. Well, if it's for a good cause, here's the jacket. But take good care that it doesn't get dirty.
What can I do for you, Mr. Townsman? Ah, gossip is everywhere. I don't even know where to start. Even here in the beer garden, people talk a lot. You've already been to the teacher and the mayor, haven't you? It can't hurt. They both like to hear themselves talk. And have you already been to the lumberjack camp? They get around a lot, especially outside Wolpertshofen. Maybe you can pick up something there too. But as already said, people always like to gossip. Just keep your eyes and ears open. What can I do for you, Mr. Town?
Kati, listen, I have to ask you something.
What is it?
Well, it's like this. I think I saw something. I don't know for sure. I wasn't close, but it could all be connected.
Yes, what is it?
Exactly. So...
Come on, Beda, just spit it out. I can't believe it. We don't have all day.
That Sunday, where the thing with the lens happened. That's when I saw it. I was out here. Well,
Beda,
I was
can
over
you
there.
spit it out already?
Yes. Well, I looked over there, towards the church. And there I saw Lance and Mrs. Oberlechner. They were talking. Only briefly. And then Mrs. Oberlechner looked around and gave something to Lenz.
I see. And what was it?
It must have been a letter or something. An envelope, perhaps. Like the ones Mr. Bayerle always hands out
Was it
everywhere.
on that Sunday?
You know?
Are you sure about that?
I am, yes. Well, as I said, I wasn't close, and I didn't think anything of it. But it wasn't the first time. I've seen the two of them there a few times. Always on Sunday. Just before the service is over.
Miss Oberlechner? That's strange. The priest always delivers his letters himself.
I know. That's why I was a bit surprised. But there were Mrs. Oberlechner and Lenz. I'm sure of it. 100% sure.
Well, that's strange, Peter. We'll talk about it later. Come on now, we have to do some work. What?
I'm not going to be muzzled. Not from those rednecks.
This insolence!
Insolence is a nice way of putting it. It's a crime, driving people crazy and having a good laugh about it.
What do you mean?
What do I mean? Well, just look around. The gap between the rich and the poor is widening. While some can barely put enough food on the table, others can't get their mouths full enough. It's an indictment of our society.
Ah, I see.
How can one sleep sound knowing that? How can one look into a mirror? That's a mystery to me. It can't go on like this. It must not go on like this.
That's what
why
we are doing,
have...
isn't it?
Exactly. That's what we are doing. To the state, I ascribe the high and mighty task of developing the basis of humanity. Who do you think said that?
Engels?
No.
Marx?
Oh, come on, Severin. You really ought to know by now. Lassalle did. Just around the school building. Griesbacher should hang around there.
Das Geschenk aus der Gießkanne, ganz komisch.
Oh, you didn't see him at all then?
Oh no, I missed him again. What a pity. He barely comes to visit anymore.
Who now? Maxl Oberlechner.
He moved to the city, you know.
Where to? He's moved to the city, to Munich.
And he came to visit recently, but unfortunately I missed him.
Where? Well, here. He came to visit his mother, Renate.
How is he doing in town?
He says he's fine, but I don't think so. He didn't look happy at all.
I can imagine that. It's a different story there.
Yes, they promise a lot, but they never deliver. They really do nothing at all for the people.
Who now?
Our so-called leaders. They always take their mouths so full.
Yes, they take their mouths so full, they almost choke, and the rest has nothing to eat.
Where?
Doesn't matter. Let's see if we can finish up before it gets dark.
Yes, please, Mr. Valentin? What do you mean by that? Do you want to make up another filthy story with this one too? No, he would have been too young for me. I met Lance as one meets people here in the village, yes? But I really don't know what you're talking about. What am I supposed to have given to Lance? And where? Secretly or what, like criminals? No, for the life of me, I don't know anything about it. Really. Now we're really getting into nonsense, Mr. Valentin. I think you're being mucked around again. Yes, please, Mr. Valentin? Yes, he's called Maxl. What do you want from him? Oh yes, that's right. Maxl moved to the city to find a job there. There's hardly anything out here, you know. But it's not at all that simple. He doesn't like to tell me. because he doesn't want me to worry. But of course I notice when my boy is not well. But as a mother, you do what's necessary, of course. We stick together, my Maxl and me. We don't have anyone else. Yes, please, Mr. Valentin? Mr. Valentin, please. This has absolutely nothing to do with the murder of poor Lenz. Just believe me. Oh, Mr. Valentin, I understand what you mean. We needed Lenz too. I would also like to help you, but unfortunately I can't. He helped me, us, that is, the priest and me, with something. Mr. Valentin, I would tell you a lot of things, but not that. I can't do that. Just understand that, please. Mr. Valentin, I'm not lying to you. You know about the envelopes? How? For God's sake, leave the poor boy out of it. It's not his fault. He doesn't know anything and certainly hasn't done anything wrong. He's a good boy. All right. Mr. Bayerle will be quite angry when I tell you this, but you seem to know most of it already anyway, but I have to talk to him alone first. Oh, Mr. Valentin. Oh dear, did you hear all of that? My goodness, this is a very unpleasant situation. Please let me at least explain. First of all, I would like to say again that the priest and I have nothing to do with the murder. And we don't have an affair either. You will understand all that in a moment. Actually, it all started when Maxl, my boy, moved to the city a few years ago. At first, we both thought it was a good idea, that he would find a decent job there, that we wouldn't have to worry. It's not so easy out here, you know. Maxl never complained. And then Mr. Bayerle had to go into town once, and I went with him. Then we also visited the boy. I was so happy to see him again. But I quickly lost my joy. That's how bad Maxl's been. The work in the factory is dangerous, 6 days a week, at least 10 hours every day. And then he can't even afford his own room with the money. He shares a room with 3 others. They even have to share the bed. The priest also seemed quite concerned. He didn't say a word the whole way home. And he wasn't hungry that evening either. And the next day, he made a plan that he had to help the boys. But he doesn't have much money himself. So he thought he would just take a little from the church. He said, after all, it's there to help people in need. And the boys, he said, need it urgently. I think that's generous. But of course, it's not completely legal. We can't let that get out, obviously. Mr. Bayerle would lose his job, and so would I. And I can't imagine what would happen to Maxl. That's why we were so careful. Poor Lenz was one of young Leubel's friends. He also wanted to do something against this injustice. He always said so. He had his faults, but in his heart he was a good boy. He really didn't deserve that. Killed in a puddle. Anyway, Lenz often had to go into town and he played messenger for us. The priest always collected as much money as he could, and I put it in an envelope and gave it to Lenz. Always on Sunday, shortly before the end of the service, when everyone is still in church, so that no one notices. But this place has eyes and ears everywhere. I should have known that this wouldn't go undetected. The boys were always so happy. They would never have complained, but this way they often got something warm to eat and new shoes when the old ones only had holes in them. Look, we would never have done anything to Lenz. We needed him. Now we don't know what to do. I'm so worried.
Well, Renate, that really doesn't reflect reality. I certainly wouldn't put it that way. So, lying is perhaps not quite right, but it's adventurous what she's saying. You know how it is with women and hysteria. You can't believe everything. You are really starting to get on my nerves with your smart-ass attitude, but apparently you already know more than I would like. We have always acted out of charity. We are all God's children, and I see myself as responsible for our brothers and sisters in need. And unfortunately, we have to say, the conditions in the factories, the long working hours, the poor pay, that is pure misery. As a good Christian man, you have to help. Of course, it wasn't right for me to take the church's money for it, but where else would it come from? And so Maxl, Renate's boy, can at least afford a warm meal now and then. And not only he. I have acted no different than our Lord Jesus Christ would have done in the face of adversity. I beg you, do not betray us. Do not be a Judas. You are assured a place in heaven and my gratitude, dear Valentine. You are right about that. There's still a murderer among us.
Leubel wants what? That scumbag! Who does he think he is? Has he finally lost his mind? Reproaching our reverend like that? That's enough. I will call out the vigilance. We must resolutely confront these unspeakable allegations. All right, that may be true, but I still see myself in the right here. But then confirm the good priest's alibi as quickly as possible, and inconspicuously. Nobody must notice that. And just don't make too much of a fuss about it. Hakutzak, Schmidt, I really have other problems right now. Leave the bloody robbers in the forest and sort out the problems right on our doorstep. Well, that was all off the record, of course. Please keep this to yourself. But we have to concentrate on the obvious. Apart from a scare, the robbers didn't hurt anyone. Please concentrate on the murders. Now that you mention it, I have something. Look, Hans Girgel is bugging me all the time. Something about bowling. I wouldn't care if he wasn't marching up and down right in front of me and ranting all the time. See what you can do.
What can I do for you, Mr. Townsman? Oh dear, Valentin. I've already heard. Everyone is terribly upset. No one trusts anyone. How could it have come to this? The whole place is divided into two sides, and everyone blames each other. Valentin, you are one of the few who still seems to be thinking clearly. You have to find this murderer before everyone goes completely crazy. Don't you have any other lead to follow? Well, he and his bowling. That's kind of strange. You can ask his former employer, Schormeyer. He'll certainly be able to tell you something about Hans Girgel. I have an idea. I'll give you some good schnapps. You have to bring something to loosen Schormeyer's tongue. What can I do for you, Mr. Townsman?
Oh my, Catty, that's a good one. Such good mushrooms too. There's nothing wrong, really nothing. Well then, Valentin, come on, sit with me, open the schnapps. Let's wash it all down. What else can we do? Am I alright, Valentin? Do I look like I'm doing well? You don't believe that yourself. People are dropping like flies everywhere. One can only wonder. No, Valentin, I'm wondering. I tell you honestly, it hasn't been normal for a long time, all this. But now I'll tell you something, Valentin. Listen, because I think I'm beginning to understand it all. Listen. Are you listening? Last night I saw her. By God, I saw her. And that's when I realized what's going on. It's cursed, Valentin. There's a curse on the farm. It's all cursed. That's how it must be. That's the only explanation. I tell you, Valentin. All this misfortune, it's It's a curse. We are all cursed. And then we didn't give the poor maid a proper burial. She's haunting the place. She'll never forgive us. Never. Oh, you're doomed. You're powerless. There's nothing I can do. What should I say? This serves us quite right. But... Valentin, you can talk to people. You are one of these guys. That's what you do all day, walking around talking to people. Can you talk to the witch in the forest or the priest? I don't know who's in charge there. Maybe you can convince Bayerle to give Zenzi a proper burial after all. Would you talk to him? And also with Resi. Surely she can do something. She knows all about curses. She must put some sort of protection on my farm. A protection against evil. Help me and I will help you. Otherwise I'm lost. All is lost.
I don't see how that's any of your business. I live out here because no people pass by, because I want my peace and quiet. That goes for you too. These people bring bad blood. I can sense that. Those are the Pascolinis, says Hans Giergel. They are notorious. I'm sure you've heard of them too. And now they are prowling around here, not stopping at anyone. Just the other day I was picking herbs and they were lying in wait for me. I could feel their hungry eyes. I know them already. So I ran and hid in the forest. Nature protects me. I am safe here. And how do you think I can help you with supply shortages here, from my hut in the forest? I'm not interested in money and I will not sell anything. However, I can show you how to make a bandage for an emergency. In the end, all you need is a little fabric and you need to boil it. I recommend adding black henbane to the decoction. It works wonders to relieve pain. Wait, I'll write it down quickly. Yes, I had a sister. Like I used to have parents and a faith in humanity. Little by little I lost them all. I can't even say what last. It doesn't matter either. Zenzi. I miss her every day. Every time I wake up, I have to understand again that she will never come to visit me again. Now I'm all alone in the world. I have what nature gives me until one day I become a part of it myself. That's how it has to be one day, yes. Zenzi was such a good person. She only meant well. Of course, Zenzi was not completely innocent either, but she was much what people made of her. That's the way it is with all of us. She was someone who cared, and she cared about me. She was very warm, had so much love in her. You could see that right away. And now she's gone, and she's not coming back. Not today, and not tomorrow, and never again. How can that be? Do I know about curses? I just listen when nature speaks, try to understand what the plants are telling me, and feel the energies that surround me. I recommend a talisman. I can make you one. It should help protect. This won't take long. Before you ask, I don't want any money. I don't need much of that. What I need is poppies, and not too few of them. 10 plants should be enough. You found some? Of course, I also keep my part of the bargain. Here is the talisman. It must always be worn on the body, otherwise it will not protect you. And if you want to pass on the talisman, only do so during the full moon. Then it cleanses itself and can absorb the new energy. Otherwise it's useless, absolutely useless. Then you can take it right away and throw it into the river. Do you understand, Valentin? Then it was all for nothing. Well, good luck to you.
Curse? Oh, yeah, maybe something slipped out the other day. Oh, Valentin, you know. Yeah, well, all right. Now it's like this. What did you find out about the curse? That's all right with me. If it helps, I hope it helps. Well, come back later. Knock on the gate. I'll hear that. Thank you, Valentin.
But Valentin, what is there to discuss? But could it be because poor Cenci could not be buried in the consecrated graveyard? Of course, that is tragic, but my hands are tied, dear Valentin. Those who decide to leave the life in this way have no place among their Christian brothers and sisters. I would definitely consider it, even if it won't be an easy process. Suicide is a grave sin. You are right, and the Lord is a merciful shepherd. Oh, Valentin, you are right again. Oh. I will think about it. My dear Valentin, what the pastor wants to say and what he can say is unfortunately not always written on the same page. I have a responsibility, after all, for all my parishioners. However, it seems to me that you are being heard in the right places. Provided there are no complaints from the congregation, there is some room for maneuver within which I could move as the clergyman. I will see to it that Sensi's body is laid to rest in this cemetery today.
Sensi, did you talk to the priest? What did he say? And is Griesbacher playing along? Valentin, that's something. That's amazing. I can't believe it. Sensi, yes, that's only right and proper. Then she can finally find some peace. Maybe I can sleep again tonight. I really owe you. Thank you. What's that? A necklace with a stone? Uh-huh. Oh, as long as it helps. Thanks, Mr. Schmidt. I appreciate it. I really do. It's all a mess. I can't even tell you. With the children. If only my wife were still alive, then none of this would have happened. And everyone always shoots off their mouths. You've probably been told the wildest stories. It doesn't matter. I tell you one thing. Don't believe everything people tell you. Most of them just like to hear themselves talk. Yes, thank God. Oh, poor girl. If she only had never come to our farm, I'm sure she'd still be alive. There's only death waiting for everyone here. How could this have happened? I don't want to keep you any longer. I have to go to bed too. It's been a long day. Thank you very much for your efforts. Take care of yourself. Strange things are happening out there.
So we have no more suspects? And the killer is still among us? Threatening the lives of everyone and intimidating all the progressive thinkers in the village? Schmidt, I'm sure you did everything you could, but this investigation seems to have reached a dead end. In any case, we will not wait for the murderer to find his next victim among the liberal forces of the village. Unless by some miracle you find the culprit, we will be forced to act. We must make our preparations for the worst. These damned reactionary bastards will be brought to justice. Do me a favor and keep your head down until this storm is over.
What can I do for you, Mr.
Oh, Schmidt, that's a load off my mind. Good work. Hakutzak, but I was afraid of that. We can't let ourselves be intimidated by a couple of strolling revolutionaries. We'll be ready, I can assure you. They'll be in for a surprise. If you still want to contribute to the clarification of the case, you must hurry before it finally breaks here. I must call a meeting of the vigilance immediately. Hakutzak, Schmidt, I really have other problems right now. Leave the bloody robbers in the forest and sort out the problems right on our doorstep. Well, that was all off the record, of course. Please keep this to yourself. But we have to concentrate on the obvious. Apart from a scare, the robbers didn't hurt anyone. Please concentrate on the murders. For heaven's sake! What's that? What's going on? No, I don't believe it. That simply doesn't exist. Do you see that too? What do you have in your hand? Then don't. What's all this? Was that you, Schmidt? You think that's funny? What do you know?
This is all because of the maid. I should never have done all this. This is my fault. She will never forgive me. I will never forgive myself.
We will sort that out! Here and now! We will not let you reactionary assholes continue to kill us!
Corbinian, are you completely crazy? This is completely beyond any reason. Schmidt, it's time someone took action here. Action without mercy. No, I was always too lenient. But that's over. An example must be made. These scoundrels must be brought to justice. Exactly, right. That's exactly what I meant. You are making an example. I simply assured you of my support for your project. Yes, exactly. My suggestion is that you take over, Schmidt. You take care of these scoundrels. We have to do that first. I suggest that we first take these criminals into custody, so that the whole spooky business can come to an end. We have enough young men who would be happy to take on this task. Of course. So it can't possibly stay like that. Something has to be done. We have to take action. Then I propose a duel. The rules are certainly known to all the gentlemen here. A quick and uncomplicated solution to our problem. Then perhaps we will also get some sleep tonight. Of course there will be consequences. That's what duels are for. Or what were you thinking? You'll think of something? We need solutions now, Schmidt! Yeah, you have a point there. Maybe you could tell us what you believe, yes. I think that's not a bad idea. And then we'll decide what to do.
Are you all blind? Don't you see what's going on here? They are conspiring against us. Bayerle, Griesbacher, church and government. And now you're joining them too, Valentin. Even if we are few, I know that in the end, history will prove us right. I won't wait for them to get me too. Cowardly beaten to death at night or hanged somewhere. I'd rather die here and now. They have already slain 2 good and righteous men because they just can't stand it when someone disagrees with them, because they can't stand that we want to make the world a better place, because they would have to give up some of their privileges for this better, fairer world. Out of convenience and greed, they strike with all their might. So simple-minded fools, but even if they kill us all, they cannot stop the change of time. So, Schmidt, make up your mind. Where do you want to stand? With those who exploit the hard-working people for their own profit? Who think they are entitled to everything? Who go over dead bodies to hold on to old structures? Or do you believe, as I do, that a better future awaits us? That no one has to live in filth and poverty? That we can make this world a more beautiful place? Then open your mouth and take a stand against this injustice. Schmidt, always good for a surprise. I am quite pleased to hear that you have reason, foresight and integrity. I would not have thought so, I admit. So and so, now is the time for action. If we do nothing, nothing will happen. Except that they will take us out of the way one by one. True, that's what he says. But in this situation, he might also see it differently. Come out with it. What did you find out? Which of these assholes is the murderer? Ah, yes? And what kind of alibi is that?
That's none of anyone's business.
How do you know? I don't believe a single word. You actually managed to do that quite well. It may well be that no one of the people present did it, but it is their ideology that drives the murderer to his deeds. It is their reactionary ideas that lead him to his actions. They have poor lens on their conscience. That may be right, but still, I don't have a choice anymore. What else can I do but act? Before I know it, I'll be lying in a puddle too. Just like so many of us did back in 1848. Perhaps there's a rational man in you after all. Human commonality, solidarity can be denied, but it cannot be abolished. LaSalle also said that. For now, I will trust you and believe that we will get out of here together and alive. Please do not disappoint me. Gentlemen, how can that be? Nobody understands what you're saying, Schmidt.
Bible verses? A monstrous blasphemy. Only someone who is not a Christian can do such a thing.
My goodness! I must now urgently attend to the village community. Mr. Bayerle, today at noon we will gather everyone in the church. Schmidt, please find the murderer at last.
Mr. Valentin, you have to listen to me. Something is wrong. Ursula just ran out the farm very distressed. If you hurry, you might still be able to follow her trail. I have rarely seen her like that.
I'm telling you, they are not completely stupid. They'll notice that something's wrong. If that comes out.
Father, stop worrying. How's this supposed to come out? Lenz is dead after all.
What about the other one? Mr. Wise Guy from the city. The one who keeps asking questions. He saw everything in the barn. The stupid doll and all that. He won't give up now.
He doesn't know anything and he can't do anything. We'll take care of our own business, like we've always done.
And what about Risi?
About Resi? What about her? She's hanging around in the woods, stroking flowers or whatever it is she's doing.
No. Do you think she's talking to him?
And what could she say? Firstly, she doesn't have a clue. And secondly, she doesn't talk to anyone anyway. She doesn't even go into town. And who listens to her? No one takes her seriously anyway.
Ursel, I'm telling you, with something like this, people suddenly listen very carefully. No matter who's talking.
Well, Father, if it makes you sleep better at night, I'll go talk to Resi.
When? What do you want to say to her?
You let me worry about that, Father. If I say I will take care of it, I will. I'll go by her place on my way home.
I don't know. The whole place is acting strange. I'm telling you, Ursel. They know something.
They know nothing. You really have to calm down now, Father. You'll see later in church. They are busy enough with themselves.
Are you crazy? We are supposed to go to church? And then?
Of course we go to church. People talk a lot more if we stay away. You'll see. Nobody knows anything. Trust me.
I don't know. Maybe we should.
We should what, Father? You better keep your mouth shut. And I've had enough of your self-pity. I'll see you in church.
What are you doing here again? It's hard to believe what the government has money for all of a sudden. I won't explain anything to you, you buffoon. At least you seem to want to solve my son's death. But if I catch you sneaking around here again, may God help you.
Before it's too late? Too late for what? Are you threatening me, you bonehead? I've never seen anything like it.
Don't make yourself unhappy, boy. Just go back to the city and let bygones be bygones.
Who do you think you are?
He's talking about things he knows nothing about. Even in death, she turns men's heads. You don't understand any of this. You don't know us at all. Just stay out of my affairs and I stay out of yours.
I need a schnapps now.
What do you know? Still almost a child and already talking smart. Unbelievable. If I may give you some advice, stay away from women. Then you might do better than my poor boy. What the hell are you talking about? You think you're so clever.
You are right. I won't forget that.
I can't help you. How could I say anything against my own family? The little I have left of it. The boy. The poor boy. He should have it better one day. I will have to live with all of that now.
Sometimes you don't have to die to end up in hell. The Lord judges among the living too. Whether I want to or not, I can't help you anymore. I have to save what still can be saved. But find the boy on my daughter's farm and watch out for him. Find the boy and leave me in peace. You better hurry. There's not much time left. No one is allowed to see you at Pfistner Farm.
I'm at the toilet. At the shithole. Is there anyone? Is there anyone? Come here. At the shithole.
I am so excited. If that works out, then I will be the greatest explorer Wolfertshofen has ever seen. But good, don't wait too long, or someone will snatch it all away. Or that asshole Hubi will get his hands on me. No, we better not think like that. Let's go. I'm looking for a treasure. Yes, actually I was going to keep this to myself, but I will make an exception for you now. On the day we first met, after the action with the guards, I stayed in the forest for a while. Suddenly, I saw in the night mist that somebody was standing there burning something. Right here somewhere. That was definitely Pascolini. He buried his robber's treasure there. And that's exactly what I'm going to get now. There were 2 other robbers in the forest a short time before, but I didn't see them later. I guess they didn't see me. Otherwise, I'm sure they would have caught me by now. And do you know what's the strangest thing about all that? The 2 robbers gave each other a kiss on the mouth. And I want to dig up the treasure now. That's why I'm now grabbing my... Oh. Do you have a shovel at hand? Oh, that's good. The treasure is somewhere in this little patch of forest, between the log in the water, the mill, and the craft spot by the tree stump. Let me see. That must have been a bit of a letdown. Let me see. 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 That's it. That is the treasure. But... Huh? Oh, what a pity. I hoped that the treasure would make me rich. What a pleasure that would have been. That's Rob. Take a look. I didn't know he could climb so well. Rob, get down here. You're not getting my treasure. It was only a jacket anyway. Why? Rob only climbs. Oh God. Is he like... He's dead. Who does something like that? Yes, if you think so.
And so the Lord took his son and our brother Harald Schweighöfer to himself in paradise. My brothers and sisters, this is a difficult time for all of us. Death is moving through this place, but with the Lord's assistance and the power of the community, we will drive the guilty into darkness, where the sin of death will drive him into eternal fire. Let us unite our hearts in mourning for the departed, and let us protect one another from evil, as the shepherd protects the sheep from the tearing of the wolf.
Whoever sheds the blood of man, his blood shall also be shed by man, for God made man in his image.
But Hans Girgel, what happened? Why are you standing in the doorway like that? Why don't you come in?
If in spite of these things you do not accept my correction, but continue to be hostile toward me, I myself will be hostile toward you, and will afflict you for your sins 7 times over. I will bring the sword on you to avenge the breaking of the covenant.
Hans Girgel, what has got into you? How dare you speak like that in the room of the Lord, in the middle of my sermon, and that even during a funeral service?
When you withdraw into your cities, I will send a plague among you, and you will be given into enemy hands.
I think he lost the last bit of his mind now.
Shut your lying mouths already! Just shut up for once! Are you looking for the blame? Then take a look around. It is everywhere here. It is in your own ranks, in the midst of you, in you. Liar, traitor, and murderer. Schormeyer, you filthy pig! You killed her! And then you covered it all up. Because your possessions and your ridiculous reputation are more important to you than life itself.
That's enough. That dirty murderer. Who does he think he's talking to? Alois, shut that servant up.
Like a stupid street dog, you run as soon as your wife calls. I thought you knew the pain of loss. And now you're standing here having lost everything like me, and you're helping this lying murderess! You want to know what's going on? Then I'll tell you what's going on here. I'll tell you all exactly what's going on here. Don't you all act so hypocritical, as if anyone here really believed that Sensi had taken her own life. Why should she have done that? Those miserable Schormeyers did it! And you, all of you, looked the other way. Everyone here closed their eyes and hearts and let it all happen! As if you hadn't realized that old Schormeyer had an affair with Sensi, with his maid. But you look the other way when it's the big farmer. And then she was pregnant, and the Schormeyer children got scared. They feared for their inheritance. They didn't want to share it with the brat of a maid. In the end, the two of them would have taken over the whole farm, and Lenz and Ursel would have been left empty-handed. That is greed, envy, gluttony, deadly sins. I don't know which of you will burn the longest in purgatory. Lenz, who stabbed her in the back? Ursula, the conniving whore who incited Lenz to do it? Or old Schormeyer, and all of you who helped to cover it all up and have been silent ever since? Just look around you, Valentin. Take a good look at them. Look at their guilty, lying faces. You're my witness. Everyone knew something was wrong. Nobody opened their mouths.
That's unbelievable. I can't take this. What kind of nonsense is he talking? Alois, shoot the liar.
What do you want me to do?
Alois, you fool! Be a real man for once and pull the trigger!
I can't do it! I can't shoot him!
I shouldn't be surprised. What can you do at all?
Shut up now, you bloody twat!
But Hans Kirgel, why did you slay Schweighöfer?
Rupp and Schweighöfer all have blood on their hands. They were there in the barn. They saw how clumsy the Schaumayers hung Zenzi from the beam. They saw the wound on her head and the blood everywhere. And then they looked away. They called it suicide. It was as simple as that. And that damn priest, he refused her a decent burial. Suicide is a sin, he said. Here and now is a good place and a good time to talk about sins.
Schmidt, sort this out!
Oh, Schmidt. I don't know what else to tell you. I got it the last time we talked. It's time to stop lying and ask for forgiveness. What he says is right. With the death of my wife, disaster also came to our farm. I could have behaved better. No, I should have behaved better. But it was too much for me and I no longer knew my way around. The schnapps also played its part. Zenzi made advances and at some point I couldn't say no anymore. Had I known how it would all turn out, I would never have done it. None of it. But by the time I understood what was going on, it was already too late. They probably thought I'd give the whole farm to Zenzi and the little one. That's not what I had in mind. I know all about how my daughter can be. I've often seen how Ursula inside the people, especially Lenz. But I never thought that the two of them, that Lenz would kill Zenzi. And then she was lying there. I saw straight away that she was no longer breathing. But I needed the boy. The whole farm was for him. Who should have taken over instead? You can't just give up the whole family, the whole tradition, the whole history, everything because of one mistake. We had to do something. I was able to come to an agreement with Rupp and Schweighöfer. I didn't want all that. And now we are standing there and everything is going down the drain. Everything.
How everyone in this miserable town is in cahoots. The main thing is not to disturb the peace of the village, but behind closed door, tyranny reigns.
Evidence! This criminal should first bring proof to his wild accusations.
Let's get Hans Kirgel and hanging up the next tree, that cowardly, filthy pig. Everything speaks against him here.
Yes! We are going to hang the bastard!
All the guilty will receive their just punishment here and now. Be at ease. You godless serpent started the disaster. You manipulate everyone with your disgusting ways. But this will now be put to an end. Why shouldn't I? I loved Zenzi. But the snake and her brother took everything from me. As a murderer, they'll hang me anyway. I have nothing to lose. In a moment, you will receive your just punishment.
Of course. Hans Kirgel, I will stand up for you. With the full power of my office, I will stand up for you.
Hans Kirgel, he is right. God also stands by sinners. You will go through purgatory, but it will purify you.
Hans Kirgel, I know that you are a faithful fighter in the political cause. Your sense of justice drives you and has guided your actions. But this is no justice. From here on, the courts must take over.
You mean I should prove everything in a court of law? Bring the truth to the light!
And Skirgel, if you do this, your fate is sealed. God and this church will condemn you and cast you into the lowest hells.
We'll hang you up. Hang you from the next tree.
Enter in by the narrow gate, for wide is the gate and broad is the way that leads to destruction, and many are those who enter in by it. Vengeance is mine. I will repay.
If you want vengeance for the dead, then judge yourself. You are the evil that haunts this place.
For their doom is coming quickly.
Schmidt, your report is somewhat, how shall I say, unexpectedly extensive. Obviously, things went differently than you were asked to do. The task was clearly formulated, but well, I assume that you have, of course, taken all decisions and made all demands to the best of your conscience, as befits your social rank. Let's have a look. Fortunately, you were able to prevent something worse in the church. Apparently, there was already a tense atmosphere, to say the least. For the record, I will add, under the positive influence of colleague Schmidt, major incidents were prevented. His commendable behavior once again underlines the boundless willingness to perform of our colleagues in Munich. By that, we spare ourselves all unpleasant questions. So, if we have that now, let's look further. It says something about political conflicts. Schmidt, I hope you've maintained your loyalty to the line. Oh, what am I asking? You've never disappointed so far, and you never will. If you weren't sitting so far away, I would pat you on the back now, Mr. Schmidt. It is always good to see young people achieve such outstanding results through my teaching. I will make a note in the report, so that colleague Schmidt, trained under the guidance of Supervisor Haller, was able to control the situation professionally and in his usual outstanding manner. I'll stop by Huber later. Maybe there's a promotion in it for me. So now that we have that, let's move on to the individual fates of these rural dolts. Good thing you stayed out of the affairs of the common people, Schmidt. It's hard to imagine what would have happened if you had been involved in all the commotion surrounding this so-called Schorsch and this maid. Nobody could have guessed that the guy would flip out like that. Also very tragic, but fortunately not our problem. Let me put it this way. With professional focus, colleague Schmidt completed his tasks without further incidents. That should fit. What is left now is this murderer. By God, what kind of heartless times are we living in here? Will have disappeared into the forest. Let him do it. He probably never left the village and is now getting to know the real, genuine and original Bavaria. In that area, it's no walk in the park. When he's been in the spruce forest for 5 days, he looks sideways and then just dropped dead, the bastard. What a weirdo. If a good hunter sees him in the forest, I hope he just pulls the trigger. If you run away from the consequences of your actions like a cowardly dog, you will be treated like a cowardly dog. For the sake of the report, I'll add, so that the perpetrator, confronted with the unwavering investigative power of colleague Schmidt, driven by his guilt, brought before God, committed suicide. That can mean many things, Schmidt. So, if I see everything correctly here, Schmidt, then I come to the conclusion that everything went well for us so far. No further comments on the report, and off to the fight with it. You're taking a few days off now, Schmidt. Allow yourself some time off. I recently heard that your uncle has a beautiful farm in the Bavarian Alps. Must be nice there. Closing time.